Sharing the stream a couple places. Alrighty. So we're going to be focused on the Knicks, Lakers, Magic, and Mavericks. But before I jump into that, I'm just going to quickly review all the teams we've done so far. Just as I haven't touched anything in the last like 2 or 3 days, aside from some minor movement. So I'm just going to quickly spend like a minute on each team, making sure that they're all up to snuff. Okay, Embiid is 31 PER. He had 37 in his last game. 10 of 19 shooting. This is a monster run. Last 5 games, averaging 36 points on 56% shooting. Jeez. What's he shooting from the line now? 84%. Yeah, I'm not doing anything crazy there. 3-point. He's not volume. It's probably just close. We might be maxing out. Nah, he's not there yet. His mid-range is def maxed. I mean, I'm not gonna go crazy. He's already 95. That's like the highest rated center I have in the game. Anybody else? Simmons got a little better. He bounced back a little bit. It looks like. Ooh, Seth Curry's been struggling. Nothing else really jumps out. Korkmaz has been playing, and his numbers look slightly better. Did Mike Scott come back? Let me see. Do I have him injured? I do. Mike Scott has still not played. Okay. And Poirier, I think it looks like he played a game. Let me see. Nope, he hasn't played either. Okay. Cool. So they're fine. Bucks. 11 and 8. And they've had the same starting lineup 18 out of 19 games. So this means all their ratings and everything should be pretty consistent. Looks like Middleton might be, his numbers might be slipping a little bit. Bobby Portis. Let me see where he's at. 80. He's definitely putting up 6-man caliber numbers. And having a better year than Brook Lopez. 61 true shooting. Much better rebounding. Obviously not a great shot blocker. Is there anything I'd want to do with his shooting? He's hitting 44% of his threes. Make a case for maybe a couple points. Ooh, his mid-range shot is 64% from mid-range. Alright. Yeah, he's shooting it a lot better than he did with the Knicks last year, I'll say that. 71% at the rim. Alright, shooting, let's see. It's 14 of 22 from mid-range, 16 of 36 on threes. From close range, he is 21 of 49, which is, let me break out my calculator. 43%. just tweaking that real quick.
Sup, homie.
What? I'm not sure who that is yet.
R.I.P. Pop Smoke.
Rip Pop Smoke. I don't know who Pop Smoke is, unfortunately. I'm not big on into music. I'm sure I'm breaking everybody's heart right now.
R.I.P. King Von.
Again, I don't know who that is either. Shit. Sorry.
How can you not know him, brother?
I don't listen to music. I also probably don't listen to that genre of music. I'm sure I've heard his music, but I'm very also bad with artist names. Like, I couldn't tell you who most rock bands or...
For real, homie?
Anybody are, yeah. But I've heard all their songs. I just don't... Like, I couldn't tell the difference between, like, a Rihanna song and, I don't know who else would resemble Rihanna. But, yeah, sorry. But it always sucks to lose a talented artist no matter what they do.
Do you listen to fresh air instead of music?
To fresh air? Like the silence? Yeah, I generally, I don't really put on music. Alright, let's quickly review Chicago. I think that's also like a product of when I'm at work, there's always music playing, so I don't feel the need to like listen to it outside of
That's cool, homie. Stay grinding, stay positive.
Outside of work, you know what I mean? Or I technically listen to music, 8 to 10 hours a day when things are going normal. But I don't pay attention to who's playing or anything. All right, Zach LaVine's having a good
Keep
year.
up the grind.
21 PER, 65 true shooting. Jeez. 51% from the field, 42% on three, 88% from the line. Ooh, all right. So free throws will jump up.
LeBron three-point shooting should be boosted.
Should it be boosted? Check it out. We're going to get to that. Yeah, it looks like we could probably boost him up. Let me just get to the bottom of this. 74% at the rim. And the close shot, he's a different player this year. 27 of 59. He's 46% from close this year. Last year he was 22%, which was like the worst easily in the league for like a volume scorer. Like right now, it's basically, last year he would have had like a 44 rating, and this year he deserves like a 90, which is probably the biggest shift I've seen in my years of doing this. So I'm just going to push him to an 80 here. And mid-range, 47%, 14 of 30, not crazy volume. Boost his 3-point, 1 point. Call that. Anything else with the Bulls? Wendell Carter Jr.'s out for like a month. Markkanen's been playing well. Otto Porter's been fine. Oh God, Cristiano Felicio has been playing and Has a 28 PER in 18 minutes. So I guess that's worth keeping an eye on. Realistically, Gafford might be able to.
LaVine is getting close to the 9-0's club. He asks what Wiggins should be even.
He probably has a case to make the All-Star team this year. Depends on if there is an All-Star team. I don't actually know offhand if there is. But I would say we're actually, hold on, where do I have Zach LaVine ranked? LaVine is my number 6 shooting guard, tied with Donovan Mitchell, above Devin Booker. So I kind of had him in the same tier as Devin Booker last year. Booker's been struggling this year, so that makes sense. And my top 6 then would be Harden, George, Bradley Beal, Jaylen Brown, Mitchell, and then Zach LaVine. So where does that rank in the East? Beal. Well, I guess Harden's in the East now. Harden, Beal, Jaylen Brown, LaVine. Okay, yeah. So the 4th best 2-guard in the East, unfortunately. So he probably would miss out on the All-Star team again, but the Knicks have been linked to him. They might. I can see them maybe making a move, depending on what Chicago wants. The Knicks finally have like a little bit of draft capital to work with. Anything else? Let me checking Gafford real quick. 65 true shooting. I guess his close shot is better than last year. Let's put this up to, come on. How far away is he from a change? Eesh. Kind of far away. It's probably because he's a shit rebounder. Maybe I should just boost his intangibles then, because it's not really accurately. Yeah. As always, that's all that the center overall cares about is the 2 fucking rebound ratings. So we'll just do that, and this is the demonstration. Of course, he doesn't move. It's got to do with once he hits like glass cleaner or whatever for his archetype, that's when rebounding starts to matter more. I don't know, it's fucking weird. It's different for each archetype has like a slightly different formula. I've noticed. What was this 70 50? Alright. What are his badges? Okay. Yeah, you could probably make an argument for like relentless finisher or something, but I'll wait until I focus more on the rules to dive in on badges. Alright, so we bumped into a 77. Lineup. Where is Carter Jr.? Okay. Knock him out. Alright, other than that, Chicago looks fine. Satoransky's been playing well. Patrick Williams starting to slip a little bit. Hutchison came back and has been terrible. Okay. Cleveland. Kevin Love still out. Larry Nance has been struggling. Allen and Drummond are their best two players, yep. Sexton's fine.
I always ask for 9-6 Bulls edit, but this year can you do the 9-3 Bulls?
Yeah. I mean, the Bull, like, once the historic teams are done, they're done. Like, I have all my Bulls changes that all my 96 Bulls changes that I would make are in my file. Not in my roster, but in my, like, Excel file. So, yeah, I do plan on working on more on the historic teams and fleshing all of them out. I want to do, like, dedicated videos for each historic team. I think that would be pretty cool, as that is content that is currently not really featured anywhere in YouTube. So I think that would be dope. That is a goal of mine. It's just a lot of that is when there's like downtime, not when there's like the active season going on. Like once we're in the playoffs and teams are eliminated, it's easier to usually work on that kind of extra stuff. Cleveland. Taurean Prince has been killing it for the Cavs. And Dylan Windler's been playing also. Garland's been struggling since he came back. Yeah, let me see Prince's stats real quick. Yeah, Prince with the Nets had a 12 PER. With the Cavs, he has an 18 PER. 62 true shooting. That's pretty much the only difference. 62 versus 57 with the Nets. Actually, his assist rate's up with the Cavs. I mean, their point guard situation's been kind of, they haven't really had a point guard, so he's probably getting. All right, foul draw rate is way up this year. Last year this would have been a 35. This year it would be an 85. So we'll meet in the middle at like 60. Other than that, 42% on threes. Damn, he had a really bad year last year. Do that. I'll take that. He just went up a point. And Windler, in his rookie season, finally took the court. 72 true shooting. Put up some pretty big numbers in college. 44% on threes. Steals and blocks are up, but I don't expect that to like maintain or anything. It's a pretty solid rebounder. That was pretty clear going off of college. Yeah, this is fine. Technically, he's like maybe 5 points overrated in each of these. That It's still pretty. I mean, that's great for like a two guard. He rebounds like a three. He might be changing his position to the three. I gotta see his lineup data now that he's actually played a little more. Garland, Dotson, Windler, Prince, Allen. Yeah, I guess he's a three in that lineup. Sexton, Windler, Osman, Prince, Allen. Okay, he's a two there. Sexton, I guess like Okoro and Windler. Which one do you consider the two in that lineup? I would lean Okoro, I guess. Let's see, what else? Dotson, Okoro, Windler, Garland, Okoro, Windler, Sexton, Okoro, Windler. Yeah, I mean, it depends. Let me see how BBR is classifying Okoro. Yeah, they're counting him as a shooting guard, and they're counting Windler as the three in those lineups. Let me see Okoro's Okoro's not rebounding at all. So that makes the swap easy. Well, I say swap, like oh my god, his rebound. He's like the worst rebounder in the NBA. Like that's how bad it is, Okoro. But he's starting at the two. I mean, he's starting at the three is the problem, but then he's a two in pretty much any other lineup with like Osman and Windler. He's only a three when these two guys are on the court. And the problem is because Sexton operates as a one so frequently due to injuries. Okoro gets pushed down to the two more than he would on like another team. It's such a weird. I mean, they have a weird roster this year. Yeah. Yeah, not a balanced roster at all. That buffs his rating up. Just notate the rebound changes I just did. And where is Okoro? Because now we're at the point where drop that to like, I mean, his this should be in like the 30s based on, and this is not an inconsequential sample. This is 500 minutes. A 4.4 defensive rebound percentage by scale. That is 37, I think. Yeah. This I'll just tank that by 5. Not that it affects his rating or anything, but every little bit, right? Let me see their latest box score. They got crushed by the Knicks by 20. Garland played well. Sexton shot erratically. Nance was 1 for 9. Drummond was 2 for 7. Jeez. Yeah, Osmus was coming off the bench. Okay. What are the Knicks doing this game since we're about to work on them? Quickly dropped 25. Rivers 13. Barrett 24. Randall 16. Okay. I gotta clean up my Excel doc a little bit.
Have you added Shumpert and Pell to the Nets yet?
Shumpert and Pell? Yeah. You said Pell, and I was like, Pelicans? Pell? But yeah, Norville Pell. Yeah, Shumpert I got last night. I don't think I don't think I uploaded a file, but I did add them. I don't think Shumpert's officially signed yet. As far as what he adds to the team, I don't like. He looks like he's going to be the backup of like a 3 or something. They already have a ton of guards to begin with. So, I mean, they need defensive-minded guys, but I don't know if his exact fit makes sense. He played with the Rockets at one point, right? Let me, Yeah, he played with the Rockets before he played with the Nets, and he was awful with the Rockets. I mean, he shot 35%. Not that shooting has been Shumpert's forte in his career. He's 39% for his career, 34% on threes for his career, and last year that completely bottomed out with 33% from the field and 24% from three. And he doesn't seem like, I mean, he's focused more on his music than he is on basketball, so I don't really know what are we looking to get out of him? Like, he's the older version of Bruce Brown. You know, so why aren't we just giving Bruce Brown all the minutes he can get? It's just, you know, it's the Nets are more worried about, you know, so-and-so is friends with this guy.
I think has a defensive player on a team that for some reason lacks.
Oh yeah, he's a defensive player, but I mean, what is he doing that like Bruce Brown isn't? Oh, Marcus Smart just got hurt, and Kemba we got to drop because he's been playing subpar. Okay, everybody was freaking out. I logged onto Twitter last night and Achilles was trending, but it looks like it's just the calf strain for Smart. I don't know how long he's going to be out. I guess I can check that real quick if there's any update.
They will play him. They struggle to give Brown consistent minutes.
Let's say 30. Waj, what do you got? No update. Okay. Undergoing an MRI tomorrow, as in today. Yeah, it was probably safe to assume like a month. This team just can't ever have everybody healthy all at once. He started this game, right? I haven't gotten the chance to watch any basketball at all this week because my sleep cycle was fucked. I kept falling asleep before uh like the latest I've stayed up was 10 o'clock yesterday, and like I've been weaning myself up. Like the last earlier in the week, I was going to sleep at like 6 o'clock, and then 7 o'clock, and then 9 o'clock, because I kept waking up at like dumb times, like 2 in the morning. So today's the day where I'm like finally I'm part of humanity again. I can finally.
I just woke up, so I feel that.
Yeah, I mean I normally wake up at like 11. Like I'll go to sleep at 1 o'clock at night or something and wake up at 11, right? Assuming you're East Coast, but um, yeah, this has been a weird year for my sleep cycle. All right, Marcus Smart started. Yeah, they went to the. Ooh, Tristan Thompson came off the bench with everybody healthy. Okay, and he's been playing like dog shit too, so that's not surprising. I think they're probably gonna stick with Daniel Tice as like their five. Like the lineup that they had last year is gonna be their lineup moving forward. One, if everybody's healthy. Uh, so damn, like Tristan Thompson. Tristan Thompson's so bad. And Robert Williams, he's gonna lose his job to fucking Robert Williams. He was actually playing behind Robert Williams. Robert Williams was 5 for 5 in this game. Yeah. All right. So because Smart's out, we don't get to make the lineup changes. That's basically what would happen. We got 100 and something minutes of Kemba to work off of, and he was 1 for 12 last night. So let's see what we got. 24 minutes a game, 14 points a game, shooting 37% from the field, 29% on three. Obviously, he's coming back from injury, so he's still getting up to speed. But that's not my problem. I can't have him at like an 88 while he's doing all that. So first things first, we're going to drop his consistency a little bit. And anything else? What's his assist rate? Same mediocre assist rate as ever. Foul draw rate we can drop. He's not really making contact with anybody as he comes back. We can drop that by 5 points. I just want to drop him like one rating point to start. I don't really go overboard.
DeAndre Hunter is listed as out small tear in his knee.
Yeah, I saw something about him. Or it had whatever it was like a weird classification. Okay, Smart's been diagnosed. It's fuck Waj. I gotta go to Shams. As Shams reported it 20 minutes ago. To diagnosed with a grade 1 left calf strain. Well, it's out indefinitely for the moment. Celtics haven't made an official announcement, but it's not an Achilles. It's good. DeAndre Hunter. An articular wear and tear in his right knee. Hunter suffered articular wear and tear. I've never heard that phrase before. Will be reevaluated in 1 week. Yeah, so it's just minor, at least. Anytime somebody says tear in a knee, it's usually a lot more serious than that. Alright, so I'll probably put him out for like 2 weeks when we get to that. Kemba. Most of these badges probably gotta get. Yeah, his rating's high because of his badges, right?
I had Hunter in fantasy, so Jeremy Lamb, Royce O'Neal or Baisley.
Yeah, he's mega badges.
I can't choose who to replace him with.
Are those the options to replace him? Probably go with Lamb if those were your options. Lamb should be the most consistent of those three. He doesn't have the most open path to minutes, but he's the best player of that bunch. What? Hold on, I need to see the Celtics previous game. It was the Tristan Thompson thing just for this one? No, he came off the bench the last game too. Okay, he'd come off the bench 2 games in a row.
Granted, him already up 1,000 points and it's Sunday.
Let me drop his 3-point rating, I guess, by like 2 points. Alright, he's close-ish. Close shot, maybe 7 of 20 this year. Yeah, maybe this will. Ooh, right on the money. Okay, boom, done. This drops him to where in my point guard hierarchy? Doesn't look like he's top 10 anymore. 1, 2, Luka, Dame, Curry, Paul, Trey 6, Ja 7, Westbrook 8, Drew 9, Lowry 10, Kemba 11. And the lineup stuff I'm not going to worry about until we see their first game without Smart. See if they go back to the Tice Thompson front court. Which I expect that they will. Do they play today? They're off today. Ooh, the Knicks and the Clippers at 1 o'clock? Okay. Is today Sunday? Did the NBA not do ABC anymore? What's going on ABC? Because the calendar's telling me League Pass, NBA TV, League Pass, NBA TV, League Pass. These aren't... Alright, Clippers. While we're here. They've been without a couple guys, right? Or George and Kawhi had like the quarantine issue or something I read. I don't know, I was very out of the loop this week. So, what do the tea leaves / numbers tell me? Kawhi, 28 PER. Yep. Same old. Nothing really changed. We worked on them kind of pretty recently, so I'm not expecting like major changes.
Lakers and Celtics were on ABC last night.
What was it about? Did they change to like Saturday broadcasts? Like, what is it? What's going on Sunday morning or Sunday afternoon? What's today? Oh, it must be football, right? Is today the Super Bowl? You guys asked me freaking questions about music before. Like, I know more about music than I do football.
No Feb 7th.
Okay, so what? Why are they taking? What is today? The Pro Bowl then, or something? Or is it the week after the Super Bowl? I don't watch the Super Bowl. Not for the commercials or anything. I don't care.
Bleacher Report shows Clippers Knicks on Prime.
Oh my God, the NBA got ousted for the X Games. That's what's on. And then the Pro Bowl or Pro Bowl celebration. Whatever.
Who watches the Scoms?
Who watches the X Games? Probably my brother. Back in the day, my brother used to do like BMX bike tricks and shit. I don't know. But a lot of that, I like. You know, who watches basketball? The vast majority of people who watch sports like only watch it at like a very low level. You know, it's just on in the background. You know, X Games is stuff that you can easily watch that kind of stuff in the background.
This is Winter X Games, so I don't think BMX is in it.
Well, and snowboarding and stuff. Clippers, yeah, I'm not making any changes to them. Lou Williams is the guy that probably has to drop more than anybody out of here. And I've already dropped him before. Can I get him down to like a 79? I'm sure I could. Just not today. Alright, Clippers are fine. Grizzlies I didn't work on stream, but I did touch them up a little bit pretty recently. Damn, Dylan Brooks sucks this year. Ja's been playing well. Grayson Allen went back to normal. Yeah, they're fine. Maybe Dieng technically could go up a little bit, but I'm not gonna freak out over 194 minutes from the backup center. Maybe his 3-ball. Done. Hawks. Alright, so Hunter's out for like a week. The Hawks announced that Hunter will miss at least a week. Yep. What did they do in the last game? They beat the Wizards. Damn, the Wizards are 3-12. Ugh. Poor Bradley Beal. Alright, Trae Young still bouncing back. 41 points, 10 of 18, 16 of 17 from the line. 2 turnovers. Gallinari is not playing a role worthy of an 86, but his numbers are still fine.
Oddly, Beal said he wants to stay.
He's got like that Dame Lillard kind of mentality. All right. I guess the Gallinari we can drop a little bit. Gallinari has a 16.8 PER in 108 minutes. So I mean, take that for what it's worth. But he's only playing 15 minutes a game, and I just can't have a player playing 15 minutes a game as an 86. Like his true shooting is 71. But that's partially due to like a decreased roll. Weird. It's weird. Like he basically volunteered to not be a starter anymore when he signed with this team. His rebounding's down. Hopefully that makes it easy. I don't know. It's also I would say it's also important to make sure he gets underneath John Collins, just to avoid any in-season shenanigans or anything. I'm even gonna drop this, which I normally would not, based on like his history, and like I do consider him like the issue is he's not even in a 6-man role. He's like the 8th man. He's playing 15 minutes a game. And this is factoring in like Bogdanovich is out. Like they have guys that are out and he's not playing a big role. I like Gallinari. I've just never seen. I've never seen.
That's a lot of money for one 5-minute game.
Yeah, I mean he's effective in his minutes. That's like a crazy thing. Like and yeah, he's coming back from injury. Like I get it. Fine, they're being cautious with him too, probably, but. Like he went from, if you guys are like the drop off for
I
Peja
got
Stojakovic.
Gallinari on 8-0 over.
Oh, what's that comment? I got on 80 overall. Oh, that's Aver is how Siri says it. Oh my god, Aver. Yeah, I still factor in the history. Again, it's a small minute sample. At the moment, hey, if John Collins ever gets hurt, he jumps into, a 30-minute a game role, he'd jump right back up. But if you remember Peja
Do you
Stojakovic,
see them trading Collins at the deadline?
that's another possibility.
Maybe someone like OKC?
Maybe. What's up, Pete? I don't really think about trades, and like that would be for like Al Horford, right? Because Al Horford used to play for the Hawks. But that deal would make sense for OKC. Would it make sense for Atlanta? I think Atlanta probably would be better off letting Collins walk rather than taking on a bad Horford contract, especially given the deals that they signed this offseason. Since some of those are not really working out, like Rondo, Dunn, Gallo, kind of. Gallo from the perspective of team role, not necessarily. He's making $20 million a year to play 15 minutes a game. Ideally, you would at least want that to be reversed. And they don't really need Horford either because he is a center, and it's the same issue as he can't play next to Clint Capella. So let me mark down Gallinari. Dropped him a point. Oh, he's not injured anymore. I need to update my fucking Word doc. Okay, I mean, he's the best backup power forward in the NBA. He's basically, he's Tobias Harris level. I just don't understand the 15 minutes a game. We'll revisit that in 2 weeks, If it's a game 15 and he still is only playing 15 minutes a game, then we've got a problem. He's shooting 53% from the field, 43% on three, 95% from the line. So it's not like he's ineffective. That's the most, mind-boggling aspect of it. Anything else to work on with this team? Let me see Rondo. Looks like he's played a little bit. Is that accurate? Yeah, he missed a game against the Nets, but aside from that, yeah, he's been playing. But kind of trinket minutes. He's another one, only 15 minutes a game, but I expected that to be his role. Anyway, that's pretty normal considering the health of Trae Young. Yeah, nothing really else to work on. Kevin Huerter is the starter. I guess I got to injure Hunter. Oh, maybe. I guess Hunter's injury would create more minutes for Gallinari.
I am waiting for Tony Snell to fall out of the league.
That's not going to happen. He's about to play now. And he's Tony Snell is fine. The thing is, he should be making the minimum, not 19 million or whatever he makes. All right, I am. See, boom, he's gonna start. Let me see the plus minus data for that game. Did Hunter left the game, right? I assume, or he didn't play. Okay, he didn't. Oh no, he did. He did leave the game. He started.
ISNT he the only player ever to play 20 minutes a game and not record a single stat.
A single stat? Didn't Derek Fisher do that also though? I remember there was a game like he played like 36 minutes and didn't do anything. Derek Fisher, most minutes. Okay, August 15th, 2015, some Reddit post. Let me see. Derek Fisher is the only player in history to record.
I'd assume Reddit starts with Hunter out.
Fisher's the only player in NBA history to record 0 points, 0 assists, and 0 rebounds in 30-plus minutes of play. Snell might have matched that at some point. It's also possible Snell didn't take any shots. Like he was 0 for 0 in that game also, that you're referencing. Because it doesn't, that's a distinction between...
Snell had nothing, like literally nothing.
Yeah, like a 0, like he was 0 for 0 from the field. That's different from like a play, like Derek Fisher had 0, 0, 0, but he probably took like a couple threes, right? He just missed them. Let me Google this Tony Snell record. 0 points line. Recorded the worst statistical achievement by playing 28 minutes and failed to record a single stat. 0 points, 0 rebounds, 0 assists, 0 blocks, 0 steals. He took 2 field goal attempts. Oh, maybe the Fisher thing is he actually... Oh, with the Fisher thing, he looked at... I didn't mention steals and blocks. So maybe he had 1 steal or some shit in that game. All right, whatever. But that's not... again, so counting stats are for casuals. I just want to throw that out there. Like, Tony Snell's rebounds, irrelevant. His assists, completely fucking irrelevant to what he does on the court. Like, he's there to not generate statistics. Who came in for Hunter when he got hurt? Looks like it was Reddish. So we then anticipate that Reddish would start if he missed time. Which probably makes sense. Reddish does play 30 minutes a game, and he was starting before Huerter came around. So, yeah, we'll just do that. And, yeah, that fixes it. Okay. Alternately, Gallinari could start, and that would solve the minutes problem, right? Yeah, I guess with this injury, Gallo jumps up to the he's now technically the 6th man. It's between him, Solomon Hill, Rondo, Okongwu. All right. I digress. All right, the Heat. They got Jimmy Butler back. And Kelly Olynyk did not start. But let me see if he's, like, out. They lost 5 in a row. They dropped to 6 and 12. Goran Dragic did not play. Or wait. Oh, never mind. Jimmy Butler comes back today, right? Or wait, huh? I'm confused. Oh, okay. I'm not looking at the most recent game. I don't know how that happened. KZ played 7 minutes. Yeah, that did not last very long. Olynyk came off the bench.
They started Okpala and Butler with Bam. People will respect him more after seeing how bad Miami was without him.
Yeah, I assume so. Olynyk started the third quarter, and Olynyk didn't play at all in the second half. So I mean, not Olynyk. I might have said that in reverse. Olynyk started the third quarter, and Okpala didn't play in the second half. So I don't need to. I'm not going to adjust that lineup. Miami does that a lot, I think, more than any other team. Like they'll throw, they'll start someone.
I love Bam Adebayo.
They'll start someone and realize that it's not working out, and then just not start them in the second half. Like they did that with Myers Leonard, with Mo Harkless, and now with Okpala.
My second favorite player. Bam.
Bam. Tyler Hero might have to quarantine, right? Let me jump over to Miami real quick. Why is Dragic missing time? Left groin strain. Almost third consecutive game as he deals with left leg injury. It's like a day-to-day injury, right? Avery Bradley's day-to-day.
Harrow is back as of last game.
Oh, yeah, he's back, but he said somebody in his household tested positive, so he might have to quarantine again. Like, well, he wasn't quarantining before, he was injured. So he just came back from injury, and now he might need to miss a week or something. Myers Leonard is actually hurt. I didn't realize that. Left shoulder strain, has not played since January 9th. Sometimes the day-to-day injuries...
Miami can't catch a break.
Day-to-day injuries tend to extend... Or not tend to, but... sometimes day-to-day injuries extend past day-to-day. I'm not going to sideline Dragic because he's missed 3 games in a row, but like that's kind of my cutoff point. Like if he misses like 4, the next game he misses, I'll probably knock him out of the lineup. Maybe I should just do it now, actually. Make an exception. Just to get Tyler Hero in the lineup. I've had to deal with more like injury stuff this year than probably the last 2 years combined already. Yeah, that's fine. All right, let me close this window. All right, Hero 15. He's not even really the point guard. Jimmy Butler had 30 points and 8 assists. All right, great. So that completely justifies his rating. I don't have to look at anything. Bam at 18 and 13. Iguodala had 1.6 rebounds, 6 assists, 0 for 5 on threes. Those are all of his shots. Probably not ideal for Iguodala's not a good shooter. If all his shots are coming from 25 feet, that's probably bad, right? Gabe Vincent, meh. They beat the Heat, right? Or they beat the Kings, I should say. Yeah, they beat the Kings by 1. Oh, that's why I didn't see it. Okay, because it was such a small smidge on the basketball reference thingamabob. Dambo Harkless. He just hasn't played. Dragic really shouldn't be... Well, I dropped him, actually. 83. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Let me see. Olynyk. Yeah, I've dropped him, too. Yeah, nothing really crazy to report here. Hornets we just worked on. I'm going to tweak LaMelo Ball again, because we just worked on the Hornets in the last stream. And then he had the best game of his career. So last night, he had 27 points, 8 of 10 from the field, 2 of 3 on threes, 9 of 9 from the line, 9 assists, 4 steals, only 1 turnover, and they beat the Bucks by 12. Jeez. Yeah, we might have to drop Drew Holiday after that. Or I guess if he's coming off the bench.
The turnover was very late in game to run out possession.
Yeah. I wonder how much of that he did against like DJ Augustine as opposed to Drew Holiday. Alright, so on the season, 43%, 30 on threes, 76 from the line. Alright, tweak that up.
He got hot early, then Rozier went out and he really went off after that.
Close, 15 of 46, it's 33%. Layup rating's fine. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. 22.7 is... we'll probably tweak a couple of his badges too. Was assist 37 assist rate? Hold on. This is so disorganized. There we go. Vision, IQ. I don't know why they feel the fucking need to separate pass accuracy from the other 2 pass ratings. God only knows with this game and the people who make it. jumping into badges. I think that's it. Well, at least with the playmaking. Okay, actually, hold on. He definitely needs... Okay, we'll do silver for that. And if you want a quick primer for how I'm going to now look at these rebound badges, box out is defensive rebounding, because that's what you do when you defensive rebound. You're trying to box out the offensive player. Whereas worm is getting around box outs, so that's for offensive rebounding. And rebound chaser, this is for rebounding outside of a player's zone. So when we think of outside of a player's zone, that's like not like lumbering bigs. They don't rebound out of their zone. They're very good in their zone, like Hassan Whiteside, for example, would be an example of a player who grabs a lot of rebounds, but most of them he's not chasing them around or anything. So guards, like Russell Westbrook, like LaMelo Ball, like Jason Kidd, those are the ones who are going out and getting the ball in the rebounding department. So this is how I'm choosing to look at these rebound badges. Is defensive rebounding, offensive rebounding, and then if the player is not a big man and they get rebounds. Like LeBron would probably get rebound chaser also. And of course, the way 2K gives out those badges, they'll just, a player's gold, just give them all gold and every rebound rating across the board, etc. Like they don't fucking think about it or read the text on what each badge does. You know, pretty straightforward. Improves the player's ability to chase down rebounds. Emphasis on the word chase. I'm not like a crazy athlete or somebody who spent a lot of time playing, you know, high-level basketball or anything. I just have a high grasp of the English language, I think. Or a higher grasp than, I guess, the average pleb. Utah. I worked on them pretty recently also, so nothing, no major updates. Looks like Bogdanovich had a slightly better game, or his numbers are slightly better than the last time we looked at him. So let me see. Oh yeah, 32 points, 10 of 16 shooting. Great, fucking phenomenal. All he needs is like three more games like that, and his numbers are back to normal. Whereas 2K just dropped him to like some ridiculous, what was it, 76 they have him at? Yeah, they have him at 76. Like they don't know what they're doing. They're very extreme with how they rate their basically their shooting attributes have way too much. They're way too volatile. Whereas like I'm only going up like 5 points here or there. All right, and Sacramento, we likewise finished off with them the last time, so I don't expect any crazy changes. Yeah, nothing to really dive into. I guess Marvin Bagley also had a good game, it looks like. His PER is up to 14. 17 points, 7 of 8 shooting, 3 or 4 on threes. Okay. Well, I guess he's probably been playing. Let me see what he's done over his last 7 games. 15 points a game, 8 rebounds, 56% from the field, 40% on 3, 35% from the line. So not all roses, but playing much better than he did at the start of the year, it looks like. But he's already an 80, so, you know. Technically, I have him overrated at the moment. All right, so we finally are up to the teams we haven't worked on yet. All right, looking at the Knicks. They are 9-11, 8th place in the East. We're throwing parades out here in New York. Julius Randle, 20 PER. That was 17.5 last year. The year before
Dennis
that,
Smith Jr. asked to play in the G League to get minutes.
Oh yeah, I saw that. He should have asked sooner. You know, the moment, like, he should have been known that he wasn't in the rotation. I guess he really, you know, now that Quickly's like really established himself as the backup point guard, you know, Ntilikina should fucking join him in the G League. Like, what is he really gonna? Also knowing the type of coach that Thibs is, you know, Dennis Smith should have been known. At least Ntilikina, like, because he's a defensive-minded guard, you know. Ntilikina is not blocked by Quickly right now. He's blocked by Austin Rivers. But Austin Rivers is not, let's say, the healthiest player in the world, you know. So Ntilikina could be needed at a moment's notice. But Smith, like, you know, he's playing for his next contract. He's just trying to stay alive at this point. All right, Randall. Close range is pretty solid. Mid-range, he's 46% this year. He was 36% last year. 35% on 3, which is more in line with, he was 34% with the Pelicans in 2019. We ignore whatever happened in New York last season. It doesn't count. Like, that was just a lost year for everybody that was on the team. So let me see. Yeah, I mean, he's solid assisted rate or lack of assist rate on this mid-range shot 2 for Randall. Do that. Probably the next time I revisit that, I'll jump it to an 80, but it's not like a super high sample. 19 makes in 20 games. He's taking 2 per game. Yeah, I'm not expecting a ton of changes to happen here because we'd already accounted for Randall. We broke him down about a month ago. Gave him a bunch of badges and stuff, so out of everybody, he needs the least love. We'll tweak his rebounding. Mitchell Robinson, 18 PER, which is low, right? Last year he was 23.5, led the league in true shooting. Not nearly as good this year, 6-4 true shooting. Rebound numbers are a little low. His foul draw rate is much lower, 27%. Beyond that, yeah, nothing really crazy. Actually, yeah, we'll take his free throw rate a little lower. He's also shooting 47% from the free throw line this year, but because of the decreased volume of attempts, I guess you wouldn't really notice. But we'll dock that by like 3 points. Dunk rate has probably got a, well, dunking is basically the only thing that he does. Actually, this maybe got to go. Looks like he's like 1 for 9 on the year. All right, let me see if he's like 2 for 18. Hold on, percentages. Now he's 1 for 9. Yeah, we can actually dock him there also. Let's go to Emmanuel quickly. 17.5 PER, which is 3rd on the team. I only have him at 75, so I expect that this is going to go up quite a bit. Ooh, and that's with this factored in. All right, there's a lot we can change. Let's just jump in. All right, layup rating. I feel like I updated this and it didn't save. Or maybe I just was going to revisit it. I don't know. He was awful in college. Let's see. Well, he's 5 for 13 on like actual layups. In general, layups and floaters are not quite the same thing. close range, he is 27 of 65, which is 41.5%. 2K had him at a 65 default, which is kind of funny. Yeah, let's actually just make it a clean 82. 3 of 12 on mid-range. That's fine. Threes. That's fine. 25 of 66. 56% is how many he's assisted on. Okay. 28% usage. What's he doing at the free throw line? 95% on a high volume. 40 of 42. Wow, I actually have his foul draw rate very high from what he did in college. 2K, of course, had him at like a 32. I'm going to just tweak it down to 75. Because that's, which is still very good for a point guard, don't get me wrong. It's just not, he's not quite James Harden. Passing is going up. That's the other thing, is he was not a point guard in college. He was a small forward in college. So all of these ratings are going much higher. Let me see his turnover rate. Okay, boost that a little bit. That probably had a big impact on his rating. Rebounding is fine. Has he dunked at all this year? He's dunked twice. He's dunked twice. There's only 1.3% of his field goal attempts, so 50's fine. Hands, just 80 of that. Oh, I skipped his shot IQ. That probably has to jump, right? Oh yeah, by a lot. 2.7. Yeah, we'll just do that. We'll see if that holds. Okay, rebounds, defense stuff, I'm not really too worried about. Blocks and steals. Well, his block rate is very good, actually. 2.3% is solid for a guard. He's got 7 blocks in 16 games. So we'll just boost this by like 10. Steal rates. That's actually fine where it is. Okay. I think these are fine. Like, I just watched a scouting report on him. 65 hustle, though, that's a little sus. Yeah, and 2K gives most of those out. don't have RPM data yet, right? Oh, we do. We have RPM data. Ooh. 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 All right. Oh, tell me they're counting fucking quickly as not a point guard. They're counting him as a 2 guard. ESPN can suck a dick. Quickly ranks 40th out of 98 shooting guards in RPM. He ranks 26th offensively and 70th defensively. I'll dive into those numbers later. But yeah, so consistency, defensive is probably fine. The offense, though, is what definitely needs to go up. I had him at a 55 in college. It's becoming pretty clear. I think 80 is probably fine. As I didn't go over his numbers before, but he's averaging, per 36 minutes, he's averaging 22.5 points. So, seems pretty consistent to me. As far as the defense stuff, I'm not going to read too much into whatever data is available at the moment. And we've already got that applied to him. All right, so we finished his ratings. Actually, you know what? Let me see if maybe I should tweak his help defense, maybe by 5 points or something, for the interest of, yeah, you know what? Especially since the Knicks are a good defensive team. Okay, let's see. Ooh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, my favorite part about editing ratings is when I can show that I know what the fuck I'm doing. Technically, he still has a ways to go, but I think for right now, this is fine. We're gonna look at his badges. Oh, and actually one minor tweak is we're going to boost his potential by 5. He's only 21 years old, and he's already basically at like an 80 or close to it, so don't have any issue doing that. Teardropper, we're going to boost up to a bronze. Everything else, nothing crazy. Shooting. And of course, worth noting that 2K has no badges on Quickly. That includes stuff like catch and shoot. It etc. When that was his calling card in college, you know. Okay, I'm going to add tireless and volume to him. I think it's too early to give this badge out, but he's probably on my radar. I'll probably do Pump Fake Maestro too. I have no issue giving that badge out to a bunch of dudes. And Hot Start. Hot Start. And Ice and Veins. Alright. Bronze and everything, but still a rookie. Playmaking. This is where I actually have to watch him. As I don't actually... I know his stats are good, but I just haven't gotten a chance to really watch any Knicks games the last, like, week or two. So... this is tough. Let me look at... this play type data real quick.
I gave him downhill.
That's probably, you know what? He might even, I have him at 80 speed. He might need more. He might be an 85. The thing is, so the scouting, I mostly watched him in college, right? In college, he was he was a fucking like shooting guard, small forward. So I haven't gotten to see him as a point guard for the most part in the, or at least I haven't like sat down and focused on it. Him at point guard as a pro. So like all these playmaking badges, I really have no idea. I would have to watch him. Which I guess like okay, quick first step actually. That's fine based on its play type data. Based on play type data, I'd also give that to Rivers and Randall. Did I do that for Randall? Yeah, Randall's got a silver. Rivers has the badge also. I can afford to watch one video, I guess, of Quickly. Sure, watch the Cavs game. Which I can't show because I'm streaming off the PS4, but... I'm watching Z highlights. I guess I could post a link in the description.
URL.
Rivers razzle-dazzle. Toppin has distinguished himself with his shooting. From three, quickly, again. Biggest lead of the night for the Knicks. They trailed by 10 in the first quarter, so a 30-point turnaround. Make it 33, quickly from three again. He celebrates. So I been able to go on a rampage here. Exploiting Garland again in the paint. Quickly hit 5 in a row. Noel back out. Quickly fake the 3. Takes it inside. The alley-oop to Noel. Quickly, shrewd, clever, slick.
I'll give him lobber.
Shot clock at 5. Screen set by Noel for Quickly. Puts up a 3. It is good. And the foul. The Morris brothers, who grew up in Philadelphia. Here's Quickly. Found the lane. Emmanuel Quickly now with a team high 25 points off the bench.
Well, I know the headlines now. Quickly should start.
You know what's interesting, AC, is Quickly was projected to be a mid to late second round pick.
Here's Randall over Sexton.
Okay. So I'm actually not sure about downhill. The Knicks are 30th in pace, right? Yeah, they're 30th in pace this year, so very half-court oriented. I wouldn't give them that kind of badge, or that kind of badge like to anybody on the team, I would say. Yeah, most of his offense is in shot creation and not necessarily like he's a shot creator first, playmaker second. I do like lob city passer on him because which makes sense because look at the centers on the team. It's Mitchell Robinson and Nerlens Noel, so would make sense for him to be a little bit better on lobs, or at least that's probably where most of his assists are going to come from. Especially since like a lot of his like floaters and lobs are kind of come from the same area. Like lobs don't. I think the perception for a lot of like 2K gamers and like maybe the way that like these work in 2K is like people throw lobs from like the 3-point line, and that's actually not where most lobs occur. Only for like the most talented, like your Jason Kidds and whatnot can do that type of shit. But for the most part, it's everybody. It's part of like the roll man game. Either you're a scorer off the roll man. A lot like floaters and lobs usually. It's a decision based on the moment of what the defense is giving you. So none of his passes are like high level or anything. He's not like a crazy dribbler or anything. Did I give him space creator? No. Okay. So space creator I think is good. Did I give him... maybe Deadeye. Yeah, just from watching that tape though, I think 80 speed is probably fine for him. He didn't really, nothing screamed out to me that should be higher or anything. And we got him up to a 79, so he's the highest rated point guard on the team. I just gave him space creator, and what else was it? And he's borderline. I gave him bailout. He's borderline for dimer. I gave him lobber too. Let me just look at the list real quick. You know what? I was actually thinking this probably should just be a silver. Difficult shots. Which I have a statistical measurement for that, but just from like watching him, I can kind of tell that he's going to meet that. He'll meet that threshold, no problem. Not too deep in. Ooh, 80. Maybe this is an 85. Let me see. Ooh, yeah. Hold on. Yeah, okay. Yeah, 90. Okay, so now how far away is he from, yeah, still a ways away. Now closer at least. What's the deep range shot creator? Has he played any minutes next to Peyton this year? Like, I might be taking away his secondary. He's played 9. Well, his 10th most frequent lineup. He played with Peyton. He played 9 minutes with Peyton. Out of 300 or 297, so 9 of 307. Or I guess let me actually just look at Peyton's. So Basketball Reference is counting Peyton as a 2 guard in those lineups, but it's actually the reverse. Peyton's 4%. So at that ratio, I don't give out the secondary position. Okay. I gave this guy 15 badges already, and 2K's got him at 0. Let's actually head on over to the 2K roster while we're at it, because I want to record some of their default information. Okay, yep, 0 badges. Okay, just updating one of my Word docs. Alright, Alfred Payton. Alright, well, they changed his archetype from playmaker to offense initiator, which I believe means they dropped his pass ratings. Let's check him out in a second. Nilakina. quickly. Was a three-point specialist and is now likewise a deep-range shot creator. Let's quickly glance at his ratings. Ooh, 66 layup. I don't know how he dropped his free throw rating. 76 feet on ball. Okay. Okay. Pass perception. Where's his ball handle rating? 83. Yeah, similar-ish. But I mean, the 15 badges obviously make up a lot. DSJ, no changes. Harper. Are they Pinson? Oh no, he's a shooting guard. Bullock. Damn, they got him at 7. Is he still starting for the team? Floor spacing slasher. Is he really a slasher? Is he still starting? Or did Burks take over? Burks has 3 starts, Rivers has 2 starts. Bullock has been out of the lineup, it looks like. When's the last time he played? He missed 3 games. Who's starting in his absence?
Bullock got hurt again.
Alec Burks is starting for him. Okay. I wouldn't mind if Burks just held on to the starting job. When did Rivers start? Did he start at the 1 or the 2 during the season? Rivers... No, he was starting at the 2. When everybody was out. Either way, this is way too low. Burks, no changes. Rivers, alright, he was an offense initiator, and now he's a deep range shot creator. He was a floor spacing slasher, and now he's a three-point specialist. I already had him as specialist, so... They have him at 85, but that's only because they are casuals. Topin has honestly played like dog shit this year, from what I've seen. You know, for all the Amari Stoudemire comparisons that this guy got in college, He's been Laurie Markkinen, like, or like the Laurie Markkinen that the Bulls got last year, just like standing on the 3-point line, not really doing much else. Like, that's not why they drafted him. Where they drafted him. Paint defender. Okay, that's a different. That is a different one. He was like a glass cleaning. Oh, he was glass cleaning lockdown. So I think all that means is they decreased his rebound ratings.
Toppin has looked extremely lost and is awful on D. Shoots way too many threes for his skill set. Can't defend either.
Yeah, I don't really. I mean, I was supportive of the pick when it happened. You know, I mean, obviously, I mean, looking at their roster, they needed a 4. They needed a 4 and more than they needed like Tyrese Halliburton. They already have like 16 guards. And Randall obviously played like shit. You know, that was another reason why people were like higher on Toppin. Was they figured he'd be like a long-term replacement. At the very least, he's like Randall's backup, but I know you're not really supposed to draft for fit. So you just take the best player available, and usually that'll just work itself out. But, I mean, I think players don't really develop unless you put them in the position to. Like, I don't think... If the Knicks took Halliburton instead, then they wouldn't be getting this out of Emmanuel quickly. So the fact that they're able to get this out of quickly, who fell to them in the 20s, I think they... probably made the right call there. You know, could they get whoever if they had taken maybe a Xavier Tillman or somebody in the 20s instead to fill Toppin's role? Like, you know, hindsight is 20/20. Sorry, where was I? One more position. No. Gibson. How the fuck? Yo, I can't with this. I can't with the people who make this game. Or not the people who make this game. The people who manage their data. Like, Taj Gibson is Udonis Haslem this year. Yes, I know. He started for the team last year. Nerlens Noel was also really good last year. Like... So it's like, fine. If you're going to, like... They have to have more team awareness and not just be focusing on the individual players. Because you can if you're gonna dock Noel because of his play on the court, because you have data to work with, right? He's played. Taj Gibson hasn't played, so you can't dock his rating. In theory. In reality, you can realize he's not playing, so we need to have his rating lower. How do we do that? All right, by fucking tanking this. Like, that's it. This is the simple fix that, like, we accuse 2K of, like, They half the time they don't change players' attributes. They're just manipulating the overall rating by playing with the intangibles. Okay, so then fucking do it. You know, this is the easy part of the job. You know. They just don't have an understanding of how all this shit ties together. I don't know if that's because, like, I'm an outsider working on what they, like, tweaking what they work on, but I don't know, like that even if you're thinking that like Noel is like too high, you know, because I'm still factoring his OKC season. Like, there's no reason that Taj Gibson should be rated higher than Nerlens Noel. That's just fucking stupid. I don't know. There's no other way to sell that. Looks like Nerlens is actually playing a little better, but we're probably still going to drop him. I don't know where. His block rating's ridiculous. His steal rating's ridiculous. The only place he dropped is his shooting percentage. Okay. All right. Dropped him a point just by tweaking that. I think I'm happy. Knock him out of the lineup. Pete, for next gen, they have the G League rosters, right? There's no way for me to demote if like they treat each G League team as a separate team, right? They're like, there's no way for me to click a button on like demote Dennis Smith to the G League, and then like he just automatically goes to the team, right? I'm talking about like in the main
Yes,
rosters.
separate. Can only demote in Minba.
In my NBA, yeah. That's kind of what I figured. They need to set that up to similar to how like baseball games had it, where you've got the major league, and then they have multiple levels of the minor league. So you'd hit like R2, and you'd go from like the major league team to like.
Current gen does not even send them to the correct G League team like it did last year.
Oh yeah. Like. Here's another thing is I think that they should. They need to remap this shit because look at how many teams there are. Like this shit's starting to get out of hand. As soon as somebody told me that they were part of the main like roster screen, like you're telling me they added another 30 teams to this list?
You can only trade with each team like any other normal team. I'd expect for 2K22 to have real G League rosters, but with 2K who knows?
Like, aside from like you not being able to edit the fucking free agent pool or whatever, right? But, all right, let's or be able to like, God forbid, like I can't even sort. If I wanted to look at all positions, like this is the most I could do. If I wanted to look at all shooting guards, I have to scroll all the way down to shooting guards because you can't fucking change position.
I'd vote for splitting historic all-time to its own roster set like WNBA.
I have an easier fix. But let's see how fast this goes. It starts to slow down once you get here because it's like loading the rest of the players. Okay, how long did that take? I feel like that time.
They have a diff in next gen. You can sort by position and edit FA pool in next gen.
Free agent pool.
Like I sent Grant Williams down and he is on the Austin Spurs for some reason.
Oh, wow. I wonder if 2K knows about that. But here's the easy solution is each team, like, we have the 76ers here. There needs to be a way for you to jump straight from the 76ers to what's the next classic team? Like, you don't need to have 6 different teams, or like, you don't need to have 150 different team slots. Like, if you can go from the current Celtics and then go to the classic 65 Celtics, and then hit the button again, and you go to the 86 Celtics, and then hit the button again, and you go to the 08 Celtics, and then hit the button again, and you go to the all-time Celtics.
They totally messed up current gen with the different creation teams. 2K South working on current gen while Reg Engineers and Dev Team went
forward with next gen. Yeah, but the people that work on the menus in this game, like, don't... The 2K's menus haven't been worked on in, like, over a decade. You know? Like... And you know this from looking at, like, their Excel doc and everything. Like... They're not managing their data. They're just, like, throwing more data in rather than, like, organizing it. That's why everything is so disorganized at the roster level. You know, they're making it harder for themselves to work. Just by the way that they have everything structured.
Yes, extremely bad organization. So you're suggesting same amount of slots, just more organized?
I'm saying that each team, there should only be 30 slots. Or, like, when I say 30 slots, like, each franchise should have its own, like, tag.
They just add to the doc rather than properly moving it where things make better sense.
Like, there needs to be a way to jump from... I think there used to be, right? They used to have it structured like that, and then they changed it.
They can easily code that in if they wanted to do that.
Yeah. Like, I'm not saying... I think the reason it didn't work originally, like, they had it on, like, a separate fucking menu. Like, It would be like if you hit triangle to go to the classics. That's not what I'm suggesting.
I know the Play Now screen is sort of like that.
Well, if I hit square, it sorts. X is that, circle is back out, and triangle is switch menu. Yeah, well, they'd have to change the button mapping too, is the issue, I guess. But anyway, yeah, that's that's where I'm at with that. They should be tying things to like franchises. That way you can seamlessly like be promoting and demoting from the minor league. No problem. Yeah, so if players aren't demoting properly, that means that the team, like they added it, they must, okay, I can tell you exactly what the problem is. They added the classic teams after the fact, right? Or either they added either they added the classic teams like after the fact, and that like messed with like the numerical sequence of where these teams needed to line up, or they alphabetized it wrong.
That would be a whole separate roster to have inaccurate ratings and tendencies.
They may have, like Austin Spurs, if they're going from Boston to Austin, that in its sense would tell, like, the teams in the menu are alphabetized by the team name rather than the city name. So maybe with the Celtics going to like Austin, they have it like some idiot alphabetized it by the city name instead of the team name, and then Austin is like sequentially whatever. What are the Celtics, like the 15? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so they're sequentially the 15. If we looked at the G League names, is Austin sequentially like the 15? Maybe. Like Albuquerque comes before Austin. Like let's actually look at the names. G League. I like how I'll do this for fucking 2K free of charge. Like G League teams.
It isn't consistent. I sent 3 separate Kings players down and they went to 3 separate Glee teams.
Oh, they just go to fucking random teams? Like they don't even have proper affiliates? Yeah, I mean, apparently the Austin Spurs are the second sequential. Albuquerque, it doesn't exist. Was that originally a team or it moved? There's the Agua Caliente Clippers. Comes before Austin. But that's it.
They had proper affiliates last year. It even told you which team it would send them to. They moved the G League teams into old unused slots in their Excel file and that messed up the sequence of teams. They'd have to code the AF.
Yeah. What do we know, though? We're just the plebs. You know, 2K is $1 billion company or whatever. All right. I like how that was a nice little segue from working on the Knicks, right? How did I start on the tangent? From Taj Gibson having a higher rating than Nerlens Noel. All right. Alec Burks fell back down to earth a little bit, but 16 PER. Basically, he's in line with what he did last year, so no issues with his rating. Elfrid Payton, let's see, he's the one who's struggling compared to last year. I like him, but he just can't get his career on track. This is the worst year of his career, like 10.5 PER.
It is little things like that drive a sim-style player like me nuts, since the my league community who wants a realistic mode get left in.
Yeah, I can see why he became an offense initiator. His assist rate's in the tank. It's partially because he doesn't fit with Randall. I understand the argument that Quickly should be starting because Payton doesn't fit with Randall, but they just need to find a taker for Payton in a trade or something. Or like realistically maybe find a taker for Randall in a trade, because I don't know what team is gonna really find like the Knicks are not gonna succeed long term with Julius Randle as their fucking point guard. Like let's get that out of the way. Like they're doing what they have to, but they're not like.
Payton is a dark horse triple-double threat every night.
On the right team. His assist rate was like statistically last year pretty comparable to LaMelo Ball. Just gonna throw that out there, you know. Just a worse 3-point shooter. Everything else, pretty solid. His rebound numbers are down. Tweak him there. And I gotta tank his passing further than I already did.
S&P top 10 among active players in triple-doubles? I could be wrong.
He has 17 triple-doubles in his career. I don't really keep track of triple-doubles anymore. As far as like stats that don't mean what they used to, triple-doubles are pretty up there. He might have been at one point, but he only had one last year, and he doesn't have any this year, so it wouldn't surprise me if he got passed over the last couple of years. What's his... Yeah, I'm not even sure if I'm supposed to be trying to, like, drop his rating at all. Oh, no. Oh, man. I occasionally... So I work off of... Google Docs with my file, and sometimes I get hit with this document is too large to be edited offline. Go online to resume editing. Like I have connectivity issues with the doc sometimes because of how big it is. So, due to technical difficulties, I may not be able to continue the stream. Hold on a second. It might reset my progress depending on the autosave. This is annoying. Oh, or before I just fucking disconnected.
He is 10th exactly. Internet went down.
Can you guys hear me?
Tied for 2/3 all time.
Oh, I can hear me. Okay. Chat disconnected. Please wait while we try to reconnect you. Unable to connect the chat. Please try again later. Okay, so my computer is disconnected from the internet right now, but my PlayStation is still connected. That's,
Yes, can still hear you.
That's fucking weird. This has never happened before.
Tied with Scottie Pippen.
Well, he can't be tied with Scottie Pippen on the active list. Huh. Well, okay, actually, so let's save, since I'm having internet issues, before we lose all progress.
Stream still going too.
Stream's still going. This is, well, yeah, because it's off the PS4. How is this? My computer just like, my computer's not connected.
Has 1/0th on active and tied for 2/3 all time.
What the fuck? Alright, let's... I'm gonna close Chrome. Just checking my connection status. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, well, my computer, I think, is reconnected. Huh. Alright, we're back to normal. That was weird.
MLB The Show is coming to Xbox.
That's significant. It's about time. Microsoft gamers haven't had a baseball game in like over a decade, right? Alright, where'd we leave off? It says my last edit was 6 minutes ago.
I don't think Xbox has had a baseball game since like 2K14.
Microsoft baseball games. It has RBI baseball. Which is published by MLB itself. That's sad. That's sad to think about if that's actually true. Like
RBI is nowhere near the same.
Oh yeah. Like I'm just saying that's like sad in the sense that like Major League Baseball had to like fill in because no other developer was like willing to. Okay, I don't think I lost any progress. Just my internet crapped out for 5 minutes.
It's like the NBA Live of baseball.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect it to be good. Just like it's for the people who want the same people who want live for whatever system, you know, people who just want a option. They don't care whether or not the game is good. And it doesn't cost anything for MLB to do that. Most of the expenses that come from making a sports game are tied into the licensing. Alright, I was working on Peyton. Probably drop that. I think we want him at like a 77. Actually, this probably should go down further. 55, sure. Let me see his AT ratio. Oh, I didn't drop it. Okay, that's why. Yeah, alright. Okay. Keena hasn't really played. Rivers. It's probably fine where he's at. Yeah, Rivers is Rivers. Barrett. I guess he's playing a little better. Yeah, I think he overcame his, I don't know how to describe his slump, but over his last 9 games, he's averaging 20 points and shooting 50% from the field, 47% on 3. So I think the worst is over for him.
RJ is ranked top 10 in fantasy but is listed as a 2.
But it's listed as a 2. So what does that mean?
For his position.
Well, I know, but how you say but? Like he's top 10 in fantasy, but he's listed as a 2. Like, is that a knock against him, or?
Top 102 guard.
Oh, top 10 two guard. Yeah. Well, he leads the league in minutes, right? Or at least he was. I think he's not leading anymore. He's 6th in minutes per game at the moment. Yeah, fantasy and reality are two different things. Like, they basically look at a player's height to kind of block them out.
Obviously, he is playing more of a 3.
Yeah, I mean the 2 and the 3 are kind of like anybody who's a 2 is really is also a 3 in today's league for the most part. I don't want to know how fantasy classifies like the center position anymore. Because like there's what, like 50 actual centers in the NBA right now. And I'm sure half of them probably get classified at power forward in fantasy. Barrett. Free throw shooting is a lot better this year. And let's see, his mid-range is going to go up. His close shot is going to go up.
Well, for instance, Bam and Sabonis have PFC and CPF for their positions.
Yeah, because that's, I'm sure they're just basing that on their heights. Because Sabonis is like a 7-footer. They're not actually looking at positions or anything. Like, fantasy sports is like, the people who run it are casuals, not coaches or anything. Three ball. He's up to 29%. That's a win. So we'll leave him at 75. Actually, probably boost his mid up a little bit. Let me see the exact stats.
It's an ESPN league, so potions change a little.
10 for 25 from mid. 30 of 93 from close. Not super efficient, but like again, the more good games he has, these will continue to go up. Shot IQ. Is yeah, that's underrated too, I guess. Just 80 that. Consistency is a funny one to think about. The 65 is more or less based on last year, and he's better than last year, so we'll tweak that up by 5. Everything else, I think we're kind of fine with. I guess I can look at his defense a little bit. Let me see where the team ranks for help defense. Yeah, we can boost this up. I would expect, because the Knicks are a quality defense this year, whoever's leading them in minutes should have better, should have good defensive ratings, that means. Okay. So that's up by 10. Let me see the rest of these guys. Randall, let's boost him. For basically the same reason. Who else? Maybe Knox is going up. Yeah, I mean, this is the... It's still early, so like not a... I look at spot-up defensive data, and Barrett's the only player that has more than 100 possessions so far. Everybody else is under 50. Well, actually, not everybody else. Randall, Payton have like 75 each. I guess 20 games is enough to go off of for defensive stats to start tweaking them. And the Knicks are very good defensively, so it would make sense that they'd be our first team to give some updates to. Did I just boost his rating? Oh boy, exciting stuff. Noel's fine. I can see everybody having... The only players on the team that are under 50th percentile are Payton and Bullock. So I can see like the entire team going up quite a bit. Most players should be like 75 or above. But I'll wait a little bit for that. Working on Barrett, 79. Yeah, that's fine. Barrett. +2. I mean, that's significant for the way I do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. He ranks 19th among starters. It's not factoring players that are injured at the moment. But the players he's ahead of are, I guess, let's knock Akpala out of here. Okay. At the worst starters, I don't know if David Nwaba is still starting, but whoever's at Houston's starting three is probably the worst. So Nwaba, Patrick Williams, Jetty Osman. I guess we're moving him back to the backup. Hold on, I'm cleaning up my tier list. Where's Okoro? That means I have him as the 2 guard. So Nwaba, Okoro, Patrick Williams.
Jay Tate is starting at SF now, last 4 games.
Who was that? Sean Tate. Yeah. Once against the Rockets, I might have changed his position because I had him at the 4. I remember that. Yeah. That makes sense. James Ennis, Denny Advia, Josh Okogie, Kelly Oubre Jr., Derek Jones Jr., and Dorian Finney-Smith are all the small forwards that I have behind RJ Barrett. Am I missing somebody? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I'm missing 1 starting small forward. Dang. That's driving me nuts now. Who is missing?
The Rockets seem tough to establish positions for. They have 1 players at 2 and 3 based on what I have.
Hold on. So Burks is back. And Bullock is out. Oh, maybe it's the Pacers. Because Levert was supposed to be the starter, right? And then he's out. And TJ Warren is out. And okay, that's why they're missing a position, because I have 29 starting small forwards because Doug McDermott's a power forward starting at the 3. Okay. And I'm not gonna change that unless it would depend on like their lineup data and how long he stays at the 3 is going to dictate whether or not that changes. Is he back? Yeah, I think so, right? He's just not playing. Frank Ntilikina. Yeah, he's healthy. He's just been a DNP CD for the last 3. Okay, so he hasn't played in a month. Ah, fuck.
The Pacers have said they will rotate McDermott, both Holidays and Lamb in the starting lineups based on matchup.
That makes sense. Yeah, I'll probably, if McDermott hasn't been starting steadily, I'll just probably switch it to like Justin Holiday's the starter. Damn it. I don't really want to bring Topin up, but maybe we're supposed to bring Ntilikina down? I don't know. Actually, hold on. Topin's numbers aren't the worst. Let me see. 12 PER. He's 6 of 21 on threes. He's not getting to the line, which is the biggest concern. I said that I was going to try to raise him, but the opposite might happen now. Oh, but you know what? Hold on, where's Ntilikina? Because maybe he...
McDermott had lied to 8 the other night, most of those in the paint.
Yeah, let's... I can do some maintenance on Ntilikina in a second. These dunk ratings are probably going away. What are we... I have to see him. He's... I can make an argument for myself for, like... I think... What just happened? I changed, Oh, that's cute. Okay, so standing dunk has no effect on the archetype, but driving dunk does? Okay. Good to know. I think this is more in line with his ability. Standing dunk is a tricky one. 2K has 85 across the board for him, but I don't think they process how... I mean, there's a lot of things they don't do effectively, but I don't think they understand dunking skill or what types of dunks power forwards like should be getting. Like, only centers should really have high standing dunk ratings. Like, I don't think they fundamentally understand the difference between like Nerlens Noel and Obi Toppin. I guess is a great way to look at that. Yeah. Okay, I think we're tanking his offensive rebound rating. Oh, never mind, it's already tanked. Well, technically, this is 10 points higher than it should be, but I digress. And defensive rebounding... We'll do that. Oh god. What is he from mid-range? Just tell me it's one of two. Yeah, just one of two. Okay. Alright, 14... Shot IQ should be like 67. I got him at 66. Alright, let me go to RPM real quick. Now that we have the data, how bad is he defensively? Oh, for what it's worth, your RPM league leaders are LeBron number 1, CJ McCollum number 2, Steph Curry number 3, Paul George 4, Kyle Lowry 5, Mike Conley 6, Dame Lillard 7, Jokic 8, Giannis 9, Joel Embiid 10, Jaylen Brown 11, Durant 12, Kyrie 13, Kawhi 14, Lonzo Ball 15, Patty Mills 16. Patty Mills is the only player, is our first player under 30 minutes per game. So take your grain of salt there, but definitely means he's probably should have a high rating coming off the bench. James Harden 17th, Chris Middleton 18th, Christian Wood 19th, Donovan Mitchell 20th. Yep, that's your top 20 in the NBA with Patty Mills as your only asterisk. And if you want to extend that to just all bench players, Lonzo Ball and Patty Mills are your only bench players in the top 20. Well, let's see. Obi. It ranks 42nd out of 67 power forwards. Ooh, PG Tucker's in 67th this year. Lovely. Oh, he's 39th defensively.
You mean LaMelo? Can't imagine Lonzo has done much.
Oh.
LOL.
Sorry, I think that's... No, I think... Sorry, never mind. Lonzo, right? Yeah, it's got to be Lonzo because they just clicked point guards and he's not here. They're listing him as a 2. Oh, no, I can't... Are they listing him as a 3? Or is there... I mean, he's not listed anywhere now? What the fuck? Alright, sometimes they... No, it's Lonzo Ball. New Orleans. Okay, never mind. Never mind. So Lonzo Ball ranks 15th. In RPM. Take that for what it's worth. I forgot Lonzo Ball existed. But Topin. All right, so I'm not gonna leave him with a 40 defensive consistency, since he is like he's not the worst defensive player in the league. Like he plays for a top 5 defense.
Lonzo technically is PG as Bledsoe is listed at SG in lineup screens. Bledsoe shifts to PG when NWA comes in. Riddick out of rotation now.
Oh, I don't give a shit about lineup screens. I care about play type data. You know, how the player performs. And that's all production stuff for the television people. I consider Lonzo a 2 guard because he gets considerably fewer pick and roll possessions, which is generally what you look for with a point guard. If Bledsoe is using more on-ball type of plays, then generally speaking, he's going to be the point guard, especially since he's the smaller player, and that also means that he's defending point guards more frequently, etc. And I'm sure there are lineups where they both play with Nickeil Alexander-Walker, where I would actually classify Lonzo as a 3. All right, nothing. We didn't change Topin's rating, so maybe. Okay, that's a solution. So Ntilikina this is going down to a 60, which hopefully drops his rating.
Watching the game, often Lonzo brings ball up in the offense. Bledsoe gets more half-court ISO plays. SVG has all but eliminated the high T. Outside of Ingram and Zion.
The high... gets more high, all the high tempo Gentry offense. Their offense has looked bad so far outside of Ingram and Zion. Yeah, I don't think Stan Van Gundy is a very difficult coach to analyze because I think he says all the right things, but like the execution, it seems, is lacking a lot of the time. Or he never has the players to like fit his like vision. Or his vision is just very archaic. I don't know, I'm not I don't want to question I'm not an armchair coach, you know. But they are 17th offensively. Looking at pick and roll data, Bledsoe, 34% of his possessions are pick and roll. It's 45% Kira Lewis, 34% Bledsoe, 34% Ingram, 34% Alexander Walker, 23% Lonzo. So Lonzo's actually third in the starting lineup for pick and rolls. Like, I didn't actually realize that Ingram was that high. That in itself might be the actual issue. And the filling out the rest of the team, 8%.
Vision is archaic. Worked in 2009, but in today's game, he has to let his PG just go, and he often stifles the offense with half-court sets.
Yeah, part of the issue is, like, Ingram and Zion are the best two players on the team, right? And it's like Boston's kind of going through something similar with they have Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, so like that makes Kemba Walker like the odd man out. Like Ingram having 34% of his possessions being pick and rolls, that's like I was not expecting that, and I can see that being a big part of the issue. Like it was the kind of the similar same deal like Bledsoe went through in like Milwaukee. Like Giannis and Middleton actually is a pretty reasonable parallel with like Zion and Ingram. The difference is Zion isn't as high usage as Giannis is on the ball yet, but that might change, 2 years from now. And that's why Bledsoe didn't fit, is because if he's only like the number 3 playmaker on the team, it's not like he's a great shooter, so that would make sense. But that in itself doesn't explain like JJ Redick struggles, because he should be shooting the lights out in this kind of setup. And Lonzo Ball, he's never been a good pick and roll player, for his entire career, because he can't shoot off the dribble. So you would think that him playing off the ball would increase his like shooting percentage, but that likewise hasn't really been the case. Okay, so sorry. Let me do. Yeah, all right. We at least got this down. As you guys know, I base intangibles off of player role. Ntilikina was classified as the backup point guard, but that has since gone to
They
quickly.
do nothing to help JJ get involved. He gets almost 0 shots off handoffs or screens like he's accustomed to.
Which is weird because, you know, he played for Stan in Orlando. It's not like nobody. It's not like Redick is new to the league or anything. Maybe the issue then is, you know, I can see it, like, because Ingram is so ball dominant, and they're not really running him off of screens, like when they go to the second unit, they're not really running those different sets, you know? That's one thing I have noticed the last couple of years is like teams don't usually change things up when new players enter the lineup. Like everybody's they kind of just like run the same sets with other players in there. Let's see. Dang it. This is so annoying. All they need to do is just factor the position, and this wouldn't be a problem.
Yes, Ingram brings ball up in second unit and it stifles the others. BC he will look to score in PNR. NWA also is a shoot first non-efficient SC.
I'm not going to lose sleep over it. I'll go back to that later. Or will I? Hold on. Maybe I can do something with Ntilikina here. Off of like the 42 minutes that he's fucking played. I mean, nah, there ain't really much here. The one thing I could do is like preemptively drop his pass rate because it looks like similar to Peyton and everybody. Because Randall is the primary facilitator, that means like you drop the pass ratings of all the other guards on the team. But it's not like Ntilikina's high to begin with. Like Yeah, that sucks, but whatever. Um, I'm gonna check my phone stuff real quick. Other than that, I think we're done with the Knicks. Yeah, there's not a ton to change with them because they run a short rotation. Okay, looking at the Lakers, who I haven't really touched them very much. 15-6, third in the West, 8th offense, number 1 defense, 17th in pace, 2nd in SRS. LeBron, 24 PER. That's about where he was at last year, right? 25.5 last year, 24 this year. What dropped? Just his pass rating a little bit. Which makes sense. He switched position. 41 3-point percentage. For 71 free throw. Mid-range is fine. Close shot is fine. Actually, we can tweak this a little bit. All right, it's just like his shooting efficiency dropped a little bit. Okay, so I'll probably just do down 5 here and up 2 here. Does that change his rating? Yeah, right? Okay. Which I think I'm okay with. Very okay with. Anything else? His pass ratings? Yeah, I could probably go down. Did I actually already tweet those? Yeah, these were like maxed out when he was at point guard. So let's do that. Okay. Okay, so he's only a point higher than Kawhi Leonard in my roster. Maybe he should be lower. I don't know. Ooh, his steal rate's down a little bit. Yeah, maybe I can at least get him to like a 97. His rebound ratings are, yeah, those are fine. Most of his value is, of course, tied into his badges. was he at the rim? About the same. Okay. Actually, hold on.
Who are your top 10 SF?
Who are my top 10 small forwards? Top 10 starters: LeBron, Kawhi, Jimmy Butler, Jason Tatum, Chris Middleton. That's 5. And then the next 5 are Ingram, Hayward, Michael Porter Jr., Jeremy Grant. 2, 3, 4, and Michael Bridges. Michael Bridges
In
or
your
Harrison
roster.
Barnes. Michael Bridges or Harrison Barnes. I think Bridges is putting up the better stats, so we'll call Bridges the 10th guy. Harrison Barnes 16.7 PER, and Bridges is at 16.8. Okay, so they're actually identical. Both of those guys rate lower than Jonathan Isaac and TJ Warren, who are both out with injury. Yeah, the small forward's a very thin group. Like there's a steep drop off after like the top 8. Most starters are like role players. They're just 3-and-D guys. I would, if Bojan Bogdanovic was having the year that he normally has, he'd probably be like number 10, but he's been struggling.
Okay, cool. Mine is not much different in a healthy roster since I have Isaac and Warren but also have Thompson as a 3.
Oh yeah, I had Klay Thompson as a 3 earlier. I just like he's played the 2 his entire career. Like I'm not gonna. I think it just looks weird.
I also think I have bias ratings on RJ and Yunabi and Okaji.
There's no reason to change his position until he actually plays. You know what I mean? RJ, Anunoby, and Okogie. Oh, well, I have Anunoby's also. I have him at an 83. He's like 12th, I think. Joe Harris 13th. Davis has better numbers than LeBron at the moment, but not by much, and he's actually a little worse than last year. Why? Oh, free throw percentage tanked. He's only 70% from the line at the moment, which is obviously way worse than last year. He's 80% for his career, so that's about as far as I'm going to tank him. But look for that to go up. Three ball. Did I tweak this up based on... No, I did not. He started off hot. He's down to 33%. There's games where he's taking the shot, and then for the most part, he's just taking like 1 or 2 a game. So definitely not a staple of his game. In fact, I'm gonna drop him down a point. I think this is going to change his archetype. Yeah, 2-way slashing 4. Okay. I I guess. That's a little unexpected. That's because his ball handle rating is so high. But he's certainly not, you know, Julius Randle also has that archetype. That makes sense for him. Not for Davis, obviously, who's more of a post player, which is obviously reflected in his ratings, you know. Looks like his foul draw rate we can also drop a little bit. Block rate is also a little down. I wonder if that's a product of him playing less center. I'm happy with his rating not changing. Like, I actually think he should have a lower rating than Embiid, but that's a separate issue. Like, getting Davis this high is hard enough in itself. What's the rest of the shooting? Okay. We're doing a little more surgery. See what he's shooting from close. 68 of 133. It's 51%. Not a fan of this. Layups? Yeah, layup is fine. Dunks. Well, this is actually a career low rate. Not quite career low rate, but lower than last year. Wonder if this is a product of LeBron not being the point guard, of Dennis Schroeder just being a worse point guard than LeBron, or how much of it is just Davis getting older and them being a little cautious coming out of the bubble with the low, they had a quick turnaround in the off season. I'm gonna drop these by 5. And we'll call it a day on Davis. Alright, Trez, 21 PER. How's that compared to last year? Worse, right? Last year was 23. His true shooting's up to 65. Offensive rebounds a little up. Blocks are a little down. His free throw rate's up. Or free throw percentage, I should say, is up. Yeah, I think he's fine where he's at. See Schroeder. Schroeder's numbers are dog shit, right? 11.6 PER, down from 16.7. He was at 12.7 the year before that, so like he kind of fell back down to earth. 51 true shooting, 20 assist rate. Yeah, he's basically a shoot first point guard at this point. Not a fan of the extension they gave him. 30% on threes. Alright, so we can do that. Hey, cute. Love it. 2-way slasher. I'm with it. I would classify him in like the same archetype as Bledsoe. Mid-range. Yeah, he's been worse from there. Close, he's been worse from. Okay, cool. Dropped his rating a point. I'm with that.
I bet Schroeder's number would be better if he'd come off the bench like the Lakers intended. Matthews should be starting.
Well, I mean, Matthews doesn't look great either. I think it's fine, because also remember, because they had a short off season, like whatever, they just need to keep LeBron fresh and not, you know, just because they're starting him during the regular season doesn't mean that they're necessarily going to go to that in the playoffs. Perhaps doesn't hurt that the Lakers don't really have anybody else at small forward anyway. Like LeBron is the backup point guard on this team to begin with. So not a ton changes there. Gasol. Do I really have him in an 82? He was playing well earlier, and he must be struggling of late. He had a good game against who? I'm looking for it. Oh, that was the third game of the year against Timberwolves, where he had 12 points on 4 of 4 shooting and a 36-point blowout in 20 minutes. But yeah, I mean, he ain't doing much in his last 10 games. He's averaging 3 points on 32% shooting. 20 minutes a game. So yeah, we can definitely decrease him from an 82.
I don't know. Vogel is not known for making drastic changes in his lineups in the season.
Well, they technically did, like, they did for the bubble when they were starting KCP because Avery Bradley didn't show up. Marcus Sol.
Had no choice. That actually was a blessing in disguise.
Oh, they probably would have won. I don't think. Bradley made too much of a difference. Like, they would have won if he showed up also. What am I looking for? Oh, there we go, Gasol. Okay, I had actually raised his three-point rating, but he's shooting worse. So we'll drop him down. Let's change him. Yeah, two-way mid-range finisher. Mid and closer would have got to go, right? It's tough. It's tough because it's such low. He's so low volume. From close, he's 9 of 22. Like, that's not the issue. I mean, yeah, we can drop him 10 points. Two-way mid-range specialist. Yeah. All right. It's really his post stuff that's got to go, right? But that's not even like because he's a bad post player. He just isn't getting those touches anymore. 15% of his offense is in the post, but he's only 5th percentile, 0.5 points per possession. Let me see what he did last year. I think it's something similar. 13%, 37th percentile. Yeah, so he's, let me see the year before that. 24th percentile, 24% frequency. 30th percentile the year before that on 28th percentile. And you have to go back to 2017 to find the last time he was like an effective post player. Yeah, okay. So guess we drop him. Like that. Well, what else changed on him? decrease his rebounding a little bit. Well, okay, yeah, I have his orbs up, but I didn't drop his defensive boards, so we can do that. Drop his stamina. Block rate's up, technically. His passing is down. Not that that's gonna affect his rating too much. Maybe his dunking, 45 and 65. He's only got one dunk on the year. He's a center. Yeah, we can take away this. That actually does count towards his rating. Relatively decent amount. Shot IQ, have we done that? I don't think we have. 7, 9. Yeah, we can drop this. Alright, come on, fingers crossed. Ugh. He's very close. Oh, so I guess just his like offensive consistency, right? It's probably the easy answer. And maybe his defensive. Yeah. Knock them down to an 80. Okay, Marcus Gasol. Did Karl Towns come back yet? No, it looks like he's still out. Okay, 480. Boom, boom. Those guys are fine. Morris. Nine PER, 52 true shooting. Yeah, it looks like we might be dropping him a little. Will's rebounding is up, though. His rebounding is up. His three ball isn't falling like it did last year. So we definitely got to tank his 3-point rating. but that's not going to affect him too much. Well, I stand corrected. Shot IQ. What is he averaging? Drop this by 10, and this is all just to hopefully counteract the boosts that we're about to give to like his rebounding. Leave his offensive rebounding alone, I think, and just only boost his defensive. Okay, we dodged a bullet. Okay. Well, since it barely changes it, we can afford to tweak him up. 3 points here. Okay. Morris, is he playing the 5 at all? Doesn't look like it. So we can take. I don't know if I already took it away. Let me see. I did not take his second position away. Let me just check his lineup data just to verify. And yeah, he plays with Harrell in basically every lineup. He plays with Harrell in 9 out of 10 lineups, and that 10th lineup is just the lineup that he played with Marc Gasol. So absolutely power forward only for this year. Last year, he had a bunch of lineups where I would have considered him the 5 in lineups with Anthony Davis, based on how like their rotations worked in the playoffs. But it's pretty clear that he is Davis's backup only for this year. In fact, let me see Davis real quick. Does he play center in any lineups? They have him as a center in 11%. So Gasol's in 3 of his lineups. Harrell is in. Okay, his top lineup where he's a center is Schroeder, Caruso, KCP, LeBron, and Davis. So LeBron is the 4, and Davis is the 5. So he's the 5, and like their equivalent of small ball. That lineup is seen in 19 minutes. So not a substantial segment of their playing time, and so limited. Like we'll see. I expect that number to drop. Basically, if the second position goes under 10% of the minutes, I don't consider it a legit second position. So he's kind of on the threshold. We might be taking that away from him at some point during the year. Kuzma's probably got to drop, but 11.5 PER. Not too far from what he did last year. His rebounding's actually improved. By a lot. So I guess his rating might go up. Okay, did not go up. We dodged a bullet. He's been shooting it well from 3. What got worse for him to make his rate? Oh, he's not drawing fouls. Oh, only 7%. Yeesh. Or 8%. Okay, that might drop his rating. Because they do factor this pretty heavily. How low do we want to go? So, like, on the year, he deserves a 30. So I guess we just 45 it, and that did drop his rating, so I'm content. Kuzma. Horton Tucker. All right, let's finish off Caruso, and then we just focus on all the 2 guards. Caruso, 12.6 per 60 true shooting. Likewise, yeah, the Lakers as a team aren't getting to the line, and that's probably just a directive from the, like, they're just in chill mode. It's kind of how I look at that. His assist rate's a little up, which makes sense. Given that he's spending more time at like actual point guard this year. I guess 20, 75. I guess we're dropping his foul draw rate as well. A substantial amount. Since he's not getting to the line, how are we compensating for that? We'll just raise... Well, his 3-point, he's shooting 53% from 3. I gotta see his stats. 1 for 3 from mid, 2 for 12 from close. Yeah, nothing. I'm not gonna rewrite the book on him. It's tough. basically, his ratings here are what drag him down. Pretty unique player. Okay, got him back up. KCP. Oh, he fell back down to earth a little bit, it looks like. Not really. I mean, 66 true shooting. He doesn't do much else on the court besides shoot. 48% on threes, 89% from the line. Yeah, just boost his free throw percentage. I've already touched on him in previous updates, so not a ton to work on here. Matthews, let me see. Yeah, basically as bad as he was last year. 7.6 PER, 56 true shootings, 30. He's shooting identical to what he did last year, like to a T. So yeah, nothing to nothing, absolutely nothing to change on him. Tucker. He's the wild card in their season. Probably should be higher than a 74. Rebounding. Yeah, this can go up. That's underselling him a little bit. Consistency. Defensive consistency. Let's see. ESPN classifies him as a 2-guard. 35. Yeah, we can boost this up a fair amount. Okay. And that did boost his rating. Anything else? 33% on threes. Close and mid. He's basically in the same boat as Caruso. Ooh, yeah, I guess we should drop this. Don't go down in rating. No. Oh no, just by one tick. Alright, can we find a way how to drag him back up? Maybe with his help defense. Negative. Where else? Oh, it's just his passing. Okay, yeah, let's do this. Okay, tweak there and tweak here. Okay, up to a 75. I dig it. 75 is where they've got him at. Maybe he also changed his position. Let me see his lineups. Basketball Reference lists him as a small forward, but I think I know better. Alright, so the easiest way to classify him as a 3 is to look for the other 3s, right? So... Well, it's kind of awkward just because Basketball Reference is still counting LeBron as a 3, but he's not always... I mean, they're counting LeBron as a 1, but LeBron is the 3. Like, sometimes it kind of mixes and matches based on these lineups. Okay, let me see. He plays with Matthews in 3 of these lineups. And that's that's the kicker, is he only plays with KCP in 1 of these lineups. So six out of his top 10 lineups, he's not playing with either of these guys, which means I'm going to...
It's a offensive LeBron is a 1, but on defense he is a 3.
Yeah, well, I mean, the issue is Basketball Reference is counting LeBron as a 1, like, as he's, like, starting at the 1. Like, they have Schroeder as a 2, and KCP is a 3. Because they made that shift. Basically, the way their position system works is they sort everybody by height, and the way that they get around, like, Ben Simmons showing up as a power forward is they will tag the point guard as, like, point guard. Similarly, like, they would do the same thing with Magic Johnson.
I guess that's a usage thing.
It's how do you get JJ Redick to not show up as a point guard in lineups with Ben Simmons if you're sorting things by height? Like, you would have to tag Simmons as a point guard in your system. So they did that with LeBron last year. And LeBron's not at point guard this year. You can untag him, but they haven't. So that throws off the lineup data for, like, the rest of the team. Like, let me check out KCP. Yeah, so, like, the way that the way they have it set up is on Basketball Reference. LeBron 77% at point guard, 23% at shooting guard, because they also only shift up 1 position at a time. So, like, they don't, their system can't. We know that LeBron plays the 1 and the 3, but their system can't account for that the way that they do it. So if you're tagging somebody as a point guard, they can only shift up by, like, 1 position. So they consequently have Dennis Schroeder 73% at the 2 and 21% at the 1.
You should try using Cleaning the Glass.
Oh, that's probably the most popular website that I don't use. They have KCP at 78%.
More efficient stats.
Well, efficient for who? Because I know all the foibles of basketball.
ESPN Fantasy lists LeBron as SFPGPF.
Oh yeah, I mean, fantasy's fantasy. Like I said, I don't pay any fucking attention to that because it's not. That's not telling you a lineup breakdown or anything. That could be 80%. That could be 80-10-10. That's more fantasy lineups are more about like public perception than anything. It's cleaning the glass is technically more efficient, but I know all the foibles of Basketball Reference, so like I'm able to parse this data no problem. Well, yeah, I gotta get
Cleaning
around.
the glass is not perfect but cuts out garbage stats.
Yeah, I gotta eventually sit down and check them out. The guy who runs the site is cool. I just haven't added it to my my cycle, or I haven't needed to. I'm able
Ben
to do.
Falk.
I'm able to do everything. Everything that I need to do for the 2K roster, I'm able to more or less accomplish from looking at BDR.
I wish 2K had tertiary positions.
It's not necessary. Like again, what are the positions used for in this game? Just this. This is it. Like once you throw a third position in here, like everything's gonna break down. You're gonna start seeing weird shit. We already see weird shit just with the two positions. Like anytime there's a third position, like for example, like we understand that LeBron, he's listed at small forward and point guard, but realistically he could play all five positions no problem. And we can understand the context of when that would be appropriate. Like there are going to be lineups where LeBron plays the four this year. We can figure out, so what lineups are those? Probably the lineups where they play like the Celtics with Jason Tatum. Like we as users would be able to step in and be like, okay, I'm going to do this because X, because Y. The computer, they don't factor in like the opposing lineup at all when they make these decisions. They'll be starting LeBron at the four against like Charles fucking Barkley or whoever. Like they're not they're not going to factor any of that strategically, so it's just not necessary.
It would be a sparely used function, but LeBron, KD, Isaac and such would get that and would allow gameplay to implement it for the AI.
We just changed Tucker's rating. Hold on, let me adjust that. Tucker. Okay. Starting to climb the ladder a little bit. I have him as the 5th best third string 2-guard. Behind Matisse Thybulle, Ben McLemore, Matt Thomas, and John Conchar. I think we're done with the Lakers. 1 second.
I guess it would be a fun auction to combat today's NBA in the way it's positionless.
Well, the NBA isn't really positionless. It's positionless in the sense that, like, Langston Galloway is a small forward. You know, and he probably played in college as a point guard. Like, it's positionless in that sense, but in terms of, like, player roles and stuff, like, player roles definitely exist. Players definitely, like, like, when people say positionless basketball, like, just take out positions and the game will function. No, like, that's not at all how like, how the game works, like, is programmed, and B, how coaches treat positions. Positions is just the rotation, where guys play on the court and who they're subbing in for. So positions are starting to blend together, and players are more likely to fill multiple positions now than they would have, like, 20 years ago. But that doesn't mean, you know, when you say positionless basketball, it's not like Langston Galloway's playing at center and then point guard in the same game. You know what I mean?
I guess positionless is the wrong word, more versatility is the word.
Yeah. I think it's got a bad name, or the name sounds a little more extreme than what it actually is, but the problem is you have people who then interpret that in there's a guy I get into this on Operation Sports with. There's so many people who have, like, primitive fucking peanut brains when it comes to sports that, like, I don't try to get too deep into some of those conversations, but what am I looking for with the Lakers? Which is not I'm not saying anybody in my chat is, like, pea-brained or anything like that. I'm saying, like, there are people who think that 2K should take away positions in the game because they heard the word positionless basketball. They don't understand the context of what that actually means. They have him as a mid-range playmaker. Why? I guess because they dropped his three-point rating more than I'm willing to. Maybe. Oh, no, you know what? Okay, two-way mid-range playmaker also is because they must have his pass rating still high.
Without a third position in 2K, I will not recognize the ability of LeBron, KD, Isaac, or even Galloway to potentially be in a lineup ad.
Yeah, the only reason, look at this, pass IQ 89, pass accuracy 88. Like, the only thing they're fluctuating is the pass vision. So, 98 offensive consistency, nice. You guys really know what you're doing over there. But I have two-way slasher because slasher is what they give if the pass rating falls below a certain level. Okay, so that's why he's got that archetype, because they kind of don't know what they're doing. Caruso, three-point playmaker.
As a Laker, John, what do you expect?
Kind of the same thing. I have him at shot creator, and that's just going to be because his ball handle rating's at an 80. I think 85 should be the cutoff for like quote unquote shot creator. But is what it is. I mean, that's not. That's got nothing to do with him being a Laker. That's got to do with the only ratings they're changing are those are ratings he had when he was with OKC. Like the only thing they mostly change are just all the counting stats and the shot ratings, on a week to week basis. You know what I mean? Anything else that they would have to go in and measure, or like do manually, like I'm doing, they don't bother with that. All right, it's 3-point playmaker. Sharpshooter, yep. Oh, they switched him back to the 2. Okay. He was the 3 for a little bit. Specialist.
I wouldn't even have given him at 9-8 in OKC. That's too high in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know offhand. Let me see. Last year, I had him at 85 for offensive consistency. Uh-oh. I hope I don't drop again internet-wise, because my Google is telling me the document is too large to be edited offline. Go online to resume editing. Last edit was 16 minutes ago. Oh, no. Oh, no. All right, I might have to redo... Who was the last guy I worked on? Tucker? Fuck. I hate having technical difficulties. Oh no, it dropped my computer dropped again. What the fuck, yo? Possible solution, networking reset. Okay, great. Connected. Okay, files back. What do I have to change anything? Ugh. No. Okay. Weird. Although it's still not connected on the YouTube. Am I connected? I'm gonna close window. Site can't be reached. The web page might be temporarily
Your
down.
CPU is disconnecting due to long breaks in Google Online activity. If you take your sheet to offline only, then it will solve.
I can't because the sheet's too big. You can't do it with after a certain point. But that's not actually the issue. It's my internet that's acting up. Yeah, I lost connection again. I might have to. I don't know if I can finish off the last two teams if I'm going to be going back and forth like this. The default gateway is not available. Fixed. Okay. This isn't back online. Okay, YouTube loaded. Alright. Let me just get through this. And I think I'm going to call it after that just to avoid. Because it's also showing last edit was 19 minutes ago. I don't want to. Okay, can this actually save? Last edit was seconds ago. Okay, good, good, good.
Dang, I was excited for the Magic. I wanted to see why you have Vucevic so high.
Vucevic is so high because he's having, like, his numbers are practically Dirk Nowitzki numbers. Vucevic. Yeah, he's having a career year, 24 PER, 57 true shooting, good rebound numbers. The only knock against him is his block rate. But as we saw with with Jokic, that's not you don't need to have a good block rate to be a good center in today's NBA. He's shooting 49% from the field, 45% from three.
BC Vucevic is a beast.
83% from three, 20% assist rate. Yeah, he's a poor man's Joker. Or Joker East. And I mainly got him up there. I had to upgrade a couple of his badges to silver, I think, to get him up there. What do they have him at? I'm afraid to look. 88. Yeah, we'll compare some of these to what I got. Catch and shoot. Oh, they only have four. They only have 4 shooting badges for him. And like I said, he's shooting 45% from three. Like, even some of these are like stuff like consistent. He has no finishing badges. Like, you can't even give him like a bronze consistent finisher, stuff like that. Like, they're very inconsistent with, you know, they just play their favorites, you know what I mean? You know, meanwhile, like, yeah, they're in 2021. Vucevic should not have fewer offensive badges than Kristaps Porzingis. I think that's a fair assessment. I'm not really breaking the wheel there. All right, 3-point playmaker. Yep, sharpshooter. Yep. 3-point specialist. Mid-range specialist. That's not even a change. That's just what they legit have him at. Ugh. They don't have Wes Matthews as a good defender. Otherwise, he'd be a 3-and-D guard rather than a 3-and-D specialist. Two-way. Yeah, that's what I've got him at. Okay, Kuzma. We both have him there. Actually drop Davis a point. Interior force. I guess that means they tanked his mid-range rating. Yeah. Or they, yeah, both of those, and they have his ball handle rating. Oh no, 75. Oh, interior force. Okay. Because his rebound ratings are going to be dumb overrated, right? No? Well, normally, I don't know. I guess maybe the cutoff is pretty close. Or, oh no, it's the dunk ratings. It's the dunk ratings. This is ridiculous. This is fucking ridiculous. we both have two-way stretch 5.
Ad needs at the highest 4-5 durability.
AD needs at the highest 45 durability? Why? He plays.
He goes in the paint and gets hit and gets hurt.
I don't know about get hurt. He's played 18 games this year. 18 out of 20.
So far so good this year, but bound to happen.
No, he's played the vast majority of his career. Like he misses like 10 games a year, let's say. But they're definitely way less durable players in history. He's never had a major injury. He's never missed 20 games in a year. He's missed, well, twice, but one of those was like he was kind of being held out the last year with the Pelicans. He missed 26 games that year. But otherwise he's good for like 75. 70, 75. I can actually, let me just calculate it real quick. Seasons 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 times 82 minus 10, 646. Plus the 21 this year, 667 potential games. He's played in 546 of 666 games, which is 82% of his career games. So I would give him an 80 or an 85, if you want my the secret to how I calculate durability. 45? That's like Grant Hill territory. Or like Dante Exum, I guess, is the closest modern player who was like always hurt and for an extended period of time. Okay. Boom, 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 boom.
Maybe it's an optic thing. He seems to always have something listed on injury report.
I mean, so do most players in today's league. All right, let me see the Magic. Cole Anthony has been dog shit this year. Have they fallen off? Yeah, they're 8-12 now. Did they lose 10 in a row or something? Or kind of close to that. Jesus, oof. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They're 2-10 in their last 12. Yeah. Which is to be expected. Like Markelle Fultz was the one player they could not afford to lose. Cole Anthony does not look ready at all. I'll get to rating them once I go back to the main menu. Let me just compare my archetypes, etc. Mid-range specialist. Okay, so I guess his three-point rating dropped. Jordan Bone has been playing probably should be higher than a 70. They have him at 3-level scorer. Okay. What time is it? 3 o'clock.
I think the Magic have a way better record with the healthy Fultz and Isaac.
Oh yeah, I mean they were going to be without Isaac the entire year anyway. But the Fultz injury really knocked them into lottery, unfortunately. Which probably means they're selling Evan Fournier at the deadline. Maybe even Aaron Gordon. I'm not... Did he sign an extension with them? No, he has 2 years left, though. Or maybe 3 if he has an option. Yeah, they're probably just trading off Fournier at the deadline. Which is fast approaching due to the condensed season. It's only like 6 weeks away.
Sadly, Jokic doesn't seem to be working out, and Fournier, Gordon, and even Bamba could be gone.
I mean, a lot of these guys need time. Okay, he's only just getting healthy, and he had to go back. He got hurt again, so nothing to really read into too much there. And Bamba likewise. He hasn't been able to take the court, but otherwise, I think they're pretty happy with his, like how he played last year. I mean, obviously with Vucevic around, like they need a defensive backup to kind of compensate for him, and the fact that he shoots threes means that he's going to be able to fit into similar sets to what Vucevic does offensively. So I think he's a good fit.
It seems like they favor Birch over Bamba.
Well, Birch is the best ability in the NBA is availability. That's really what that comes down to. Give me 1 second. I got to step away from the computer real quick. Alrighty, I'm back. I had to feed the cats and other things. Alright, Terrence Ross, inside out scorer. +3 mid-range, yep. Bacon. Is he... I think I have him at the 2, right? I have him at the 3. Might switch him to the 2. We'll have to see his lineup data. Gordon. Clark. Fuchs. Bamba. And okay, finisher. Okay, he was a paint defender, now he's a finisher. Okay, I'll just finish off the Magic. I don't think I'm going to get to the Mavericks in this run. Just because, I don't know, I guess we got to talking about other things. I had some technical difficulties, etc. Alright, Vooch doesn't look like I had to really change anything on him. Bamba, is Bamba healthy? He's played 41 minutes. He's played the last 2 games, okay. But mostly just in garbage time. He's effective in his minutes. 21.5 PER. 17.5 last year, so I mean. He'll eventually play. Alright, so nothing to really work on with him. Kem Birch is probably the main dude. 76. That's what 2K had him at, so I mean he's got to be underrated then, right? Rebounding it better on both ends. I've kind of already accounted for that. Other than that, this is who he is. Not a shot blocker. What does he rate so low? It's just gotta be his badges or something, right? Like he only has 3 badges. Dunking's
Sub.
fine. What's up? We're working on the Magic right now. Let's see. It was 80% from the line.
Lakers lose to Pistons.
Oh, you know, actually, hold on. Lakers lost to the Pistons today, or what's the score on the Knicks Clippers game? I might turn that on. There's a minute and 50 left. Okay, I gotta switch to the Knicks game. I mean, they're down 13, but I need to get a second TV set up so I can multitask.
Marriage spouses. Political asylum. Marriage.
I don't know if you guys can hear the game off the microphone.
That's 10 games where averaging 20 points per.
You have his draw foul at 9-9.
This is that free throw, however.
I did my roster editing yesterday.
Kawhi Leonard. What's happening now, folks? The Knicks defense not creating any offense. They can't get stops. And Leonard draws another foul. He is so good at drawing fouls. He's already been to the line 9 times. He's hit all 9 free throws. So not Leonard is George. So
You did your roster editing yesterday?
The 3 ball. The Knicks have not had an answer for this juggernaut of an offense.
What'd you change?
NBA records for best three-point shooting performance by a team for a season. Charlotte back in 96-97 shot .428, so just under 43%. Now that was those during that 3 years where the three-point line was moved in slightly, but it's still considered the record. And coming into today's action, the Clippers are shooting 41.5% from 3. As Leonard hits another one. Top pivotal call time.
Cambridge draw foul at 9-9. Really?
Find themselves in a 14-point hole.
Okay, well, my wife is a Knicks fan. All right, so yeah, free throws. Looks like I bring that up a little bit for Birch. I don't know how far away he is from the next tier up. And yeah, I have at 99 drop foul. I have most big men at like maxed out at 99 because they draw a lot of fouls. Helps a little bit with the gameplay. He's kind of far away. Well, I think.
Is that an accident?
Holy shit. I don't know, the volume, like the PlayStation runs max volume through my TV on like a very low volume setting. Is that an accident? No. No, most centers have 99 in my roster. Kem Birch attempted 101 free throws last year on 143 field goal attempts. So think about that ratio. That's a 70% free throw to field goal ratio, or 0.7. 0.7 ratio. That is very high. Yeah, I guess it's... Alright, so we dropped... That's half the battle.
On what percentage?
On what percentage? What? No, not his free throw rate. His, like, free throw... He last year attempted 101 free throws. He took 142 field goals. You draw free throws when you attempt field goals, generally, right? Like you get fouled on shots, and that's what the draw foul rating is. Like, another way to put it, like, again, the rating is one thing. It's only one number used by the system. Like, there's a difference between a player with not like giving Kem Birch a 99 draw foul rating does not turn him into Shaq. Shaq has a number of Hall of Fame cap quality badges that make him the player that he is, whereas Birch has, to this moment, no badges. Although that's something that we're probably going to have to change.
Right, was he making them or were they fouling him because he cannot make them? And do shots where a foul is drawn counted as a field goal?
He shoots 65% from the free throw line, so that's they don't do like hack a Birch or anything. That gets reserved for players who are like 40% or worse. Do shots where a foul is drawn count as a field goal? So it's not count. It's that's not a calculation of like how many shots he gets fouled on. We're only looking at his free throw attempts versus his field goal attempts. He has a very high ratio compared to the vast majority of other players. Like, Shaq's best season was basically was also a .7. Which was in 2004.
Must be a deep cut stat that you wouldn't normally notice.
Well, just looking at its free throw rate. We're just doing field goals versus free throws. Like, let's conversely. So you draw fouls more on interior shots than you would on jump shots, right? That goes without saying. So, like, we look at Duncan Robinson, who would, by comparison, have a much lower foul draw rating. 72 free throw attempts versus 687 field goal attempts. So Kem Birch draws 7 times as many, or not fouls, but he generates 7 times as many free throw attempts as Duncan Robinson. I'm not particularly interested in how those free throw attempts occur, whether he's being like intentionally fouled or, you know, he's not, more of his shots are inside where you're more likely to draw fouls. Like, that's all more or less irrelevant to how I'm evaluating it at like a base level. We're just looking, you know, it's the same as like a player's 3-point percentage. You know, the percentage can say one thing, but what distinguishes Steph Curry from Kyle Korver isn't shooting percentage. It's all of the context in between all of that.
So free throw rate is not based on a per minute type thing.
When I say free throw rate, I'm sure there are stats for free throw rate that you can use. Oops, well, I don't know what he just had. Hold on. Like, there are stats that measure, you know, a player's and one rate and how many shots they were actually fouled on. Like for example, a lot of point guards go to the line at the end of the game when they're being intentionally fouled. You know, so the other team can get the ball back. So their free throw rates are going to be slightly higher than they otherwise normally would be. But I do think that some of that kind of irons out because like they'll probably foul the center when they grab the rebound off a free throw or some shit like that.
Because per minute Butler, Harden and such would draw tons more but would also shoot a lot more field goals, so could Birch be a factor of SMA?
I mean, Butler and Harden, I also have at 99. Butler and Harden are both like number one at their position in drawing fouls. Or in generating free throws, I should say. Yeah, technically, like it's also technical free throws would not count as a drawn foul, right? It's just sending somebody to the line. Like if you remember, Tyson Chandler, they made him take a free throw in the playoffs when he was on the bench, and he hadn't played in like 4 months.
So in your case, sample size is not really a factor.
I mean, when you define sample, like Birch played 922 minutes last year. I'm saying rating and ability are not necessarily the same thing. Okay, brick wall. I think we can give him. Oh, and conversely, I don't know why they have this on him. Well, I do know why, because they don't know how to fucking evaluate rebounding. Okay, so we take that off. We give him bronze, brick wall. We give him post lockdown.
Harden shot 800 FT and 1514 FG and Birch shot 101 FT and 143 FG. That's what I mean by sample. Harden has a much larger sample.
Yeah, but that's not like super relevant. Compare that to like just other centers also. Like Harden has a massive sample, but that doesn't mean that Birch doesn't have an acceptable sample. A 1,000 minutes is usually plenty for a player.
Okay, was just trying to understand your reasoning.
Yeah, no problem. Sorry. Also, sorry if I come off, I don't know, like abrasive maybe or something. I'm trying to do the best I can to like explain my thinking, or at least the heuristic I've used in my thinking. Post move lockdown. What else? pick and roller. I'm just cycling through my menu. Oh, pick and roller and put back boss. Yeah. There's a number of things. And contact finisher.
No, it's fine, you at least listen, which is more than most these days.
Contact pick, put back. How far? Okay, 10 points. He's like 76 and a half. Let me see his overall stats.
Quickly is making me want to drop Cole Anthony and pick him up with the way he is playing.
Yeah, I would recommend that. I'm not a fan. I'm not a financial advisor, but
I already have Barrett and Burks.
Well, Anthony as a starter is averaging 12 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists in 30 minutes a game, 38% shooting, 38% from 3, 78% from the line. So his numbers aren't terrible as a starter. He was awful as a backup, which kind of drags his numbers down. He hasn't been absolutely terrible from like a fantasy perspective. Whereas quickly on the year is averaging 12, 2 and like 12 points, 2 rebounds, 2.5 assists. Like
Anthony or Quickly is a third PG anyways because Fox and Garland are my top 2.
Quickly, like he's only playing 18 minutes a game is the thing. So a lot of his value is tied into his playing time. And he's not a good point guard. He doesn't have a good assist rate. He's just a scorer. His shooting percentages aren't great either. So what's he averaging over his last like 10 or over his last 9 games? He's averaging 16 points in 20 minutes.
Today he has 2, 5, 3 and 3.
Yeah, he's erratic. He had 31 and then 6 in the next game and then 25 in the next game. So Cole Anthony is probably the more consistent player. I wouldn't run to pick up Quickly unless it was clear that he would become like a starter. Over his last 3, he's playing 24 minutes a game, so I would expect him to be more in that type of playing time moving forward, which isn't too far from Cole Anthony, 24 minutes versus 30. But yeah, something to definitely keep your eye on that. Let me see what Cole Anthony did in like his I mean, Cole Anthony was pretty brutal in his last 2 games also, but before that, he was fine. He had 21 and 14 in the 2 games before that. But Cole Anthony probably has the more stable long-term outlook, like for the rest of the year. And if anything, he might have his numbers go up once Evan Fournier gets traded. Whereas quickly, like until he gets...
PG are tough to judge in fantasy because Patty Mills and Shake are also available right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, guards are guards. Like, none of those guys... They're all kind of the same player, right, in terms of fantasy. Like, they generate points, and they're going to get you, like, what, 3 to 4 assists a game? Quickly's role is not going to change unless they move on from... Unless they trade Peyton or somebody. And the Knicks, for the most part, aren't really involved in anybody's trade talks. So I don't anticipate a more stable role. This is also, again, factor in Frank Ntilikina hasn't been playing. Reggie Bullock is currently out of the lineup. Minutes might dry up a little bit once they have to make room for him, plus Burks, plus Rivers. And Quickly's always 1 second shitty game away from being like back to mediocrity. So I don't know. I guess I would stick with Cole Anthony in the meantime, just due to a more stable role. Again, I'm not a financial advisor, and I haven't played fantasy in 10 years, but that's the read that I have on it.
It's a free league, no worries.
It's kind of irking me. Maybe it's his shot ratings. Hold on. Oh, yeah, okay. That's... Okay. We were 3 for 7 on mid-range this year, and then 23 of 55 from mid is 42%. Okay. Maybe this can take us across the finish line. Okay, that might actually be it. Yeah. I forget about these ratings sometimes. And I don't know if they exist on next gen, but they actually count a lot. This might even go to 70. Hold on, I gotta see his stat. He's 6 for 7 this year. Let me see what he did last year. 5 for 19. Oof. This is why I had him low to begin with. How far? Yeah, alright, we got him closer. God, he's got to be right there. What did you do with your Sunday morning, honey? Oh, I spent 10 to 15 minutes trying to get the Orlando Magic's backup center to have the overall rating that I wanted. Okay. That sounds like a productive use of your time. Let me see. Fournier has good numbers. Yeah, he came back from injury and was averaging 21 points over the last 6 games. Yeah, so far it's the best year of his career. I think I'll just boost his consistency. What are we maxing? Shot IQ? Probably. 2.4. Yep. Great, that already brought him up. Okay, no complaints. Terrence Ross has been struggling. Well, he just fell back down to earth from where he started earlier in the year. Dropped him a point. And changed his archetype. Ross. K only has 48 and 80, which is kind of laughable. have him as the 9th best shooting guard in the league. Among starters, CJ McCollum is not counted in that list because he's currently hurt. And I changed Burge also. Burge is now a 77.
Does shot IQ increase field goal percentage?
Shot IQ, it's difficult to explain. It affects the recognition that the player is open. I think it also affects the sim stats a little bit, but as far as the gameplay application, that's basically what it is. Schools are closed tomorrow due to the weather, according to my phone. Oh, let me check the weather real quick. When is it going to snow? Is it already snowing? Yeah, it's already snowing. Oh, I didn't even notice. Maybe that's why my internet was crapping out, actually. I didn't think about that. I know I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna eat. I definitely need to eat something by the time when I finish this team. My stomach is snarling at me. So I think Aaron Gordon looks fine. Cole Anthony we'll touch on. I tweaked him fairly recently. But let's see. Looks like 3-point rating can go up. Shooting it a lot better than he was a couple games ago. Mid-range we can leave in the tubes. Let me see, his close shot is 30 of 91. %, from the line, okay. Shot IQ, 2.4, 16.8. Bump that to a 75. Pretty close. Let me see. Defense is kind of tough to measure these guys in college. I'm a 60. Still not great. He was pretty bad in college defensively. Dang, that did not change it. I can look at his steal and block rates. Steal and block rates are meh. His block rate's fine. or his block rate is good, his steal rate is not. I'll just leave it. I didn't look at his passing. Derp, he's a point guard. Yeah, I guess I can kind of finagle him up that way. He's so borderline. Okay, 75. Cole Anthony. Which is, yep, still the lowest rated starting point guard in the NBA. Which is ahead of only Delon Wright, or not ahead of, behind only Delon Wright, Elfrid Payton, and Kobe White. Those are by and large the worst 4 starters in the league. After that, you're looking at like Dennis Schroeder and Devontae Graham are in the same tier. And I guess, sorry, Darius Garland, I forgot he's healthy now. I gotta switch him around. See James Ennis. Now that he's got 13 games in. 9 PER, 56 true shooting. His rebounding is down a little bit. Free throw rate's down. Nothing to really. His 3-point. Oh, his 3-point percentage is up. Okay, yeah. So that's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna boost his 3-point rating. And then drop the foul stuff, basically make him more of a shooter and less of a slasher. Okay, that actually boosted his rating, which I didn't necessarily want. I said his rebounding went down. Yeah. Just drop that by 5 points. Drops him back down to a 77. Okay, and 2K has him as a mid-range specialist. Am I reading that correctly? Yeah, that's what we went over before. I definitely don't agree with that. Well, they're done, right? Like they have a short rotation due to all the injuries. Dwayne Bacon. Let's get a Gary Clark out of here real quick because he's not in the rotation, right? Oh no, he is. He's a backup 4. Do we just need to extend the rotation to get Bacon in it? Oh, the issue is Bamba isn't in the rotation. That's what's keeping Bacon out? Okay. Well, let me look at Bacon. He's like kind of the last on the list. And he's played 473 minutes, 8 PER. Nope, he still sucks. 14 points. Points per 36, so maybe I can boost the shot IQ. Like I'll be nice and I'll boost his offensive consistency by like 5. Otherwise, I don't know. Oh, at the rim. Okay, yeah. He was awful last year, and he's back to normal this year. So I guess the layups can go up 75. Yeah, let's make him an 80, and this should drive his rating up a point. It didn't. Oh. Free throws. Let's see. At least 75% this year. Last year, his stats kind of don't make sense. Oh, we got his rating up. Cool. Hopefully, well, not hopefully, because that would just knock Clark out of the rotation anyway. Like, the issue is we would need to get Bamba low, and the Bamba issue is the same issue that the Cavs have with like JaVale McGee, and that the game doesn't distinguish that there should only be one backup center on this team. Period. I'm afraid to look. Yeah, so shooting Gary Clark is like the backup 3 instead of Bacon, basically. Maybe actually, hold on. Jordan Bone, is he playing? Because there's no backup point guard on this team. He's kind of not in the rotation either. He didn't play 3 out of the last 6 games. So who's the backup point guard? Who comes in for Cole Anthony? Gary Clark comes in for Cole Anthony? Am I reading that correctly? Or Gary Clark comes in for Cole Anthony. So that means somebody else just switches over to the point guard. So either Ross or Bacon, it looks like, is the point guard. Might be Aaron Gordon. Now that I look at it. Is Aaron Gordon the backup point guard on this team? Bacon had 4 assists off the bench. Basketball Reference lists Terrence Ross as a point guard for 20% of his minutes. That's how we know something's definitely off. That's worth keeping an eye on. Assist rates. Ooh, yeah, I think it is Aaron Gordon. He's at a 22% assist rate, which is most on the team after Fultz. Most of his career. Holy shit. Alright, let me watch some tape on Aaron Gordon real quick and get to the bottom of this. post the link in chat for
URL.
what I'm looking at.
His rebound is 6'9". Yeah, nice spin move from Gordon. Up and under. There's that athleticism from Aaron Gordon.
Who brought the ball up
Aaron Gordon, Gary Clark, Terrence Ross.
and went right to the rack?
Ross can be prolific. They've got to guard him. And Ross gets in there. James Ennis, the fifth player out there.
Wow.
Game where the Lakers in the finals destroyed the Celtics in game one. They wound up losing the series, but that's what it was called. Birch goes back door.
Huh.
Ball goes for the fake, and Birch gets it to go.
Okay.
Clark up top to Gordon. Swing it. Ennis for three. And John Thibodeau
Like
just
this took a minute
hands
for
up
me to
and
make that
discussed
call.
it. Not like that defensive rotate. Toppin has to take that shot, coach. You like the altruism, but when you open, shoot it. Aaron Gordon is open and rattles it home. A three-pointer for Gordon.
Wow.
Paid homage to Mitch for his grit. Paying off that time with a slam. Gordon drives on Toppin. Makes him adjusted, but Gordon put the second effort. It's going cold, folks. Ice cold. Bullock trying to help. Now Peyton tries to help. Gordon up top to Anthony. Anthony knocks down the three. So Cole Anthony with a second three-pointer. He's just 1 for 8 prior to that shot overall. Any number lucky it hits the backboard. That's a great point, Clyde. Oh, shot blocked. Picked up by Gordon, and Gordon.
Wow. So Aaron Gordon doesn't look too far off like Ben Simmons as a point guard. Huh. Was not expecting that. I guess I'm gonna boost some of his passing ratings. I wonder if I'm boosting his ball handle rating. Oh my god.
Play initiator means that he can call plays during the game.
Yes, sort of. It's like it's who the computer will call plays with. As like they're gonna be the guy that brings the ball down the court and calls the play. Some of these actually. Let me see, ball handle. Yeah, 80. What did I just change him to? Or I don't know, two-way inside-out scorer? see the rest of his stats. His free throw rate sucks. Or his free throw percentage, I should say. He's drawing fouls slightly more. Already accounted for his three-point percentage. Hold on. Is that all? Is that too high? Really? Like, oddly enough, that's too high. Perfect. Okay. I didn't really want his rating to go up. Content with him being an 82. Yeah, everything else looks good. They have 2K has him at interior finisher. I have him at two-way, 3-level scorer. But the point guard thing, that's an interesting development. I was not expecting. Realistically, he's going to play point guard minutes once he comes back from injury, but that has not happened yet. Bacon up a point. Is there anything I can do to knock him down? Do I feel the need to? Not, oh, well, I can drop his block rating, but I don't think that's going to change him. Yeah, we can knock...
The PG thing I will not adding that since my roster is fully healthy, haha.
I mean, the thing is, he actually looks... in that clip, he looks comfortable. Like, it would not surprise me if that was what he did, like, moving forward. Like... You know, LeBron runs point. Ben Simmons runs point. You know, we just talked about with the positionless basketball. Um, he's more equipped to fill that role than some of the other guys on the team. All right, I think this is everybody, right? Yeah, they have a bunch of guys who are out, so that's why. All right, so gonna call it here, as I'm gonna get something to eat before the weather gets too crappy. Thank you guys for spending the afternoon with me. Next, sorry I didn't get to Dallas, but we spent some pretty decent amount of time on the 3 teams that we did. So up next we'll have the Mavs, Nets,
Take care.
Nuggets.
I only say that since I have a healthy Carter Williams and Folds.
Let's share an update. As always, you can find my file by searching for Real2K. My username is Real2KInsider. Thanks for sticking with me through the technical difficulties, and I'll see y'all maybe tomorrow. Nice. Okay. Catch y'all later.